Chapter 4501, Chapter 4501, The End of the Sky Void. Chapter 4501, The End of the Sky Void. The listening beast also left, setting out on his own path. Once, as the Spirit Miao Domain's rule keeper, he had, like the Candle Dragon, dreamed of overcoming the domain's limits and stepping truly into chaos. The Spirit Miao Domain was once strong. Many there barely managed to break through and half-step into chaos, entering its realm. If things had gone as planned, Spirit Miao Domain would have joined chaos as a true domain, and the listening beast's ascension would be inevitable. But they were too timid, understanding how dangerous chaos could be, and so never made the leap. The listening beast got stuck. When Spirit Miao Domain was destroyed, he barely survived, but his longing for chaos never died, only got buried deep. He followed Supreme Bai Zhong's direction for countless years, waiting for this chance. Now that he'd truly entered chaos, he had fulfilled his long-held dream. Though chaos was perilous and he was afraid of death, nothing could stop his desire to belong there. Now his journey was free to go wherever he could reach. Lin Moyu felt the listening beast would go far. Obedience would win him Bai Zhong's favor. All right, now it's time for my own matters. Having resolved the affairs of Flower Fairy and the listening beast, it was finally his own turn. With a single thought, his storage space opened, tearing a rift in chaos to create a channel. With the right of the domain lord, Lin Moyu used his power to gather up both domains and send them into storage. He followed in spirit, and within the storage space, the Fifth World Domain and Spirit Miao Domain connected with the Grand World and Kodao Domain, massively expanding the available territory. The four Silver Light Rabbit Elders, busy nurturing the Grand World, directly witnessed these two domains descending from the heavens. They weren't surprised. Lin Moyu had already told them to expect more than 2, in total, 9 domains were to be cultivated. Sending the Fifth World and Spirit Miao domains into storage was just the start. However strong or weak, ruined or whole, they both counted as domains. With the Silver Light Rabbits handling things, Lin Moyu had no worries about what followed. He had even more challenging tasks still. He shifted his mind into Sky Void. Now under his full control, Sky Void's 5 palaces had fully collapsed to rubble. Within 4 palaces, domain seeds were hidden. With a grab, Lin Moyu's domain power broke the defenses and seized the seeds. From the first life to the 4th, 4 palaces, 4 seeds in all. Each had once hosted a blooming domain, but as those shattered, the seeds were left to be reborn. He sensed these 4 seeds were interconnected. They shared one origin. He put them away and surveyed Sky Void. Only you remain. Sky Void was itself a domain origin of the later domains. Back then, the Calamity Supreme and his fellows had once found a perfect domain seed in ancient wastelands. Such perfect seeds are beyond rare. Even Supreme's domains aren't always perfect from the start. A perfect seed doesn't guarantee a perfect domain after evolution. Many accidents happen across eons, and only if every condition is met does perfection emerge. The perfect seed simply gives more hope. With it, the Calamity Supreme used a special method to evolve Sky Void from the seed, then used Sky Void as soil to create subsequent domains. Other seeds couldn't do what this perfect one did. The Supreme employed wild methods, destroying lesser domains and using them as fodder, a strategy only he dared try. Thus, in the perfect seed-born Sky Void, a new, lesser seed eventually split off, inferior in nature to the original. Sky Void Palace was born, Sky Void Lord took charge, First World Domain appeared, grew for countless ages, crumbled, leaving a seed, and so came the Second World Domain. So it divided, with the 3rd and 4th following, and finally the 5th World Domain. But with each split, the seed grew weaker, and after the 5th, it could hardly divide again. Luckily, the 5th World Domain fulfilled the Supreme's plans and no more splits were needed. Turning over old memories, Lin Moyu recalled Sky Void's story while refining and absorbing it. Sky Void shrank in his grasp, the palaces fading to dust, all the land returning to its source eventually, a single domain seed. From then on, Sky Void was gone from the world. For the Supremes, the great plot involving it had come to its conclusion. Now in Lin Moyu's palm lay 5 seeds, the Sky Void seed the largest and the origin of the rest. All would be re-evolved, nurtured once more into thriving domains. Normally, this would have taken eons and been plagued by mishaps, but with the Silver Light Rabbits, it became simple. Returning to storage, Lin Moyu unleashed the 5 seeds, they spun out, blazing in the air like 5 suns. He faced the 4 Silver Light Elders, here they are. 9 domains in all, please handle it. They hurried to reply, no trouble at all, it's what we should do. Lin Moyu glanced at the mountain of materials and the vast plain of ancient ice. Are there enough materials? The elders conferred, the chief replied, this will be enough to perfect the 4 visible domains, but to evolve and perfect all 5 new seeds, we're a bit short unless we use this ancient ice. Lin Moyu shook his head, best to use sharp tools for critical jobs. The ancient ice is meant for compressing domain force later, using it now would be wasteful. I'll keep sourcing more, use what's on hand and leave the ancient ice untouched. And soon you'll have more perfection experts in your clan, with their help, things should speed up again. The chief elder's eyes blazed, Lin, you've bred our clan true perfection. Yes, though only perfection for this place, but it's enough. You lot keep to yourselves, and I promised you your own pure land in October. Chapter 4502, Chapter 4502, Return to Yudao City. Chapter 4502, Return to Yudao City. With the Sky Void finished, Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. This place had once nurtured domain after domain, and just from those alone, dozens had reached chaos level. Who knows how far those cultivators had advanced by now? With great supremes behind them, surely they'd achieved impressive things. One wonders what those people would feel, knowing their domain had vanished. But that was not Lin Moyu's concern. With his 9 domains now complete, all that remained was to let the Silver Light Rabbits nurture them. As for the 10th domain, he already had a preliminary idea, but whether it could be realized depended on future attempts. His plan required some prerequisites, not yet in place. Every domain must reach perfection and be fully compressed first. If it succeeded, that would be ideal, if not, I suppose I will need to prepare a backup domain, just in case. The Calamity Supreme arranged for 10 rounds of sublimation. With at least 9 domains, it's possible to break the Supreme ceiling. But if there were even more, it should be even better. Why didn't the Supreme arrange that? Why settle at 9? With his skill and allies, finding a 10th domain was no challenge. Why not go further? What was the reason for settling at 9? Was there some obstacle, or is 10 truly impossible? Lin Moyu couldn't fathom the Supreme's thinking. He'd only know the answer when he reached that level himself. For now, he would go according to the Supreme's path, perfecting 9 domains. After that, he could further strengthen them, compressing their powers before merging. Though this would raise the difficulty of fusion, Lin Moyu was sure he could do it. His foundations already surpassed the ancient Supremes. Back when the Supreme was at Chaos Minor Realm, his body and soul were surely not as refined as Lin Moyu's own. There's room to further strengthen both body and soul. I'll have to find a way. He'd had this thought for a long time, though it was not easy to pull off. To keep enhancing body and soul, he'd have to keep dying, but now, at the peak of perfection, only Supremes could kill him instantly. In all chaos, there seemed to be nowhere left that could instantly kill him, perhaps in the ancient wastelands, but those were hard to find. If it came down to it, he could always call on a Supreme, asking for assistance, as with Antares, who had slain him countless times to build his foundation. After checking the silver grass plain, Lin Moyu saw Yinda controlling the array, sending threads of primordial qi into his clansmen. 11 Silver Light Rabbits showed steadily rising power, soon to advance to chaos perfection. Far away, other Silver Light Rabbits sensed the disturbance, hoping to investigate, but an invisible force blocked their way. Since coming here, the pressure on Silverlight Rabbits had eased, and, rather surprisingly, they'd already multiplied by a whole generation. Their remarkable fertility was on full display before Lin Moyu for the first time. If they kept reproducing at this pace, it wouldn't take many years before the silver grass plain was full. But there was plenty of space, and Lin Moyu would gladly offer more territory as needed. Satisfied with their progress, Lin Moyu finally entered his own fifth world domain. After years away, it had changed dramatically. Upon entering chaos, the fifth world domain was washed by chaotic qi, each creature within bathed in its presence. The chaotic qi subtly affected all beings, steadily strengthening their foundations and accelerating their cultivation. In the past years, talents appeared one after another, until it became the norm. Old strong cultivators, attuned to the new power, saw their own cultivation leap ahead. Some long-prepared experts soared to new heights. Even eternal existences started coming into contact with chaos, feeling and using its power to adapt early. The entire domain was getting stronger. Given a few thousand more years, new chaos-level cultivators would emerge. Lin Moyu laid a great array outside the domain to connect it with real chaos. When someone breaks through, they wouldn't be sent to storage, but directly into chaos via the array. This way, no one would notice his storage space. He descended on Yudao City, which had grown larger and more bustling. It was now the heart of the origin continent. Even ancient off-world experts showed their faces here. Yet, regardless of how Yudao City changed, the yard where Xiaohu's group lived remained untouched. Those four now stood at Dao Lord level, just half a step from eternity. As elites, they were unmatched within the continent and even the domain. Besides them, Yudao City hosted many other formidable cultivators. Hao Tianzun and his peers had entered the Dao realm and progressed far, easily suppressing the city. Perhaps thanks to Lin Moyu, Yudao City produced the most talents. Their rapid growth and unrivaled combat strength made them nearly unbeatable. Yudao City thus became a sanctuary for cultivation. Countless people migrated here, drawn by its reputation. The city had grown hundreds of times bigger, holding hundreds of millions of people like a world unto itself. Despite the massive population, everyone kept strict order, knowing whose territory it was. Whether he was present or not, anyone breaking the rules would face harsh punishment. Top experts all knew how formidable Lin Moyu was, not just city master, but the continent's strongest, and domain lord over all. In his own domain, he was a god. Who would dare provoke him? Strolling through Yudao City, Lin Moyu watched the crowds and felt nostalgic. He'd built this city himself, but what he missed was the small world, the one the green-robed elder had taken away. He wondered about its fate. Still, he believed that his friends and teachers in that small world were probably safe. The green robe hadn't harmed them, but must have had other motives. He'd realized that the green robe's actions were for their benefit. Lin Moyu's own deeds were so dangerous that, if discovered by the Dao, those close to him would die. Taking them away early, in fact, kept them safe. Nevertheless, old grudges remained. It's almost over. Lin Moyu sighed to himself as he reached the courtyard. Outside, all was unchanged. This remained Yudao City's core, unchanged for millennia. At the gate, a group of youngsters stood, seemingly waiting for someone. Chapter 4503, Chapter 4503, Dog-Blooded. Chapter 4503, Dog-Blooded. Seeing these young people, a strange thought suddenly rose in Lin Moyu's mind. Don't tell me this is going to turn into some melodramatic scene. These youths were all striking in appearance, standing tall and confident, their cultivations impressive, the cream of the crop, even in this era overflowing with talent. They waited quietly outside the courtyard, not speaking, as if expecting something or someone. Since they weren't breaking Yudao City's rules, no one interfered. As Lin Moyu approached, his presence drew immediate attention. They didn't speak, but Lin Moyu could see a hint of hostility in their eyes. So it really is going to be melodramatic, Lin Moyu chuckled inwardly, coming up to the courtyard gate and knocking. He noticed that just as he raised his hand, ridicule flashed in the eyes of those young men. The knock rang clear, and from the yard came a booming shout. Scram! Don't disturb your Grandpa Niu's sleep, or he'll eat you all. It was little Niu's voice. Lin Moyu had left him here, and judging from his tone, he sounded quite irritable. Lin Moyu replied with a smile, Little Niu, open up hey. In an instant, the young men's expressions all changed. They knew who lived inside. For someone to call him Little Niu was sheer recklessness. Bang! The door flung open and Little Niu appeared, eyes blazing red with agitation. All the gathered youths paled. They sensed trouble. If anyone could break the rules in Yudao City, Little Niu was one. As Lin Moyu's own beast, no one dared pick a fight. Little Niu's eyes burned as he sized Lin Moyu up, but instead of raging, he suddenly burst into tears and dropped to his knees with a thunderous howl. Master, you're finally back. Tears streamed down, snot poured from both nostrils, a pitiful mess. Everyone was stunned. How could this fearsome beast suddenly act like this? He'd just called the young man master, which meant... Little Niu hadn't even cried for 2 seconds when a figure darted from within the yard. Boom! With a crash, Little Niu was knocked flying skyward, vanishing into the horizon. Xiao Wu barreled out, crying and clinging to Lin Moyu. Even as a Dao Lord, Xiao Wu hadn't changed one bit, still the same old self, always clinging. She sobbed, Wah! Master, you're finally back. Tears ran freely. She was little better than Little Niu. Lin Moyu patted her back. There, didn't I come home? Don't cry. Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Mei followed, faces bright with smiles. Teacher. Father. They clustered around Lin Moyu, their beauty dazzling flowers blooming in spring. Their joy left the young men behind dumbstruck. They'd seen beautiful women before, but for Dao Lords to appear real beauties on a different level. Lin Moyu glanced at the newcomers. What are these little guys doing here? Xiao Lu whispered in Lin Moyu's ear, there are suitors, they come here every day. Annoying as can be. I wanted to kill them, but most are connected somehow to people in the major worlds. They had ties to Hao Daizun and others, so she'd held off. At least they'd behaved no real trouble. Lin Moyu asked, are any of you interested in them? Xiao Yu and the others quickly shook their heads, no interest whatsoever. Lin Moyu gave a chuckle and swept his gaze across the crowd. Suddenly, all the young men vanished. He'd moved them to the edge of the origin continent, far from Yudao City. If they could come back, it would be thanks to their own fate. You don't have to kill them, but crippling them wouldn't be a problem. No one would blame you. From now on, if anyone bothers you, just deal with them, don't be polite. If anything comes up, I'll handle it. Xiao Mei smiled, we're just too lazy to bother. Xiao Yu asked, Teacher, how long can you stay this time? Setting Xiao Wu down, Lin Moyu stepped inside. Not long, there's too much to be done outside. Is there anything we can help with? Xiao Yu asked, disappointed when Lin Moyu shook his head. They were Dao Lords now, but compared with Lin Moyu, they still felt insignificant, always a step behind and never able to truly assist him. Lin Moyu sat down at the familiar table, Xiao Wu quick to make tea. His gentle gaze swept across the four. Do you really want to help me? They nodded in unison. Yes. In that case, there really is something you can do. You've been here long enough time to see the outside world. Xiao Yu asked, by outside, you mean? Beyond the domain, Lin Moyu replied. Xiao Mei was surprised, beyond the domain, isn't that chaos? We're not strong enough for that. Lin Moyu shook his head, not chaos. It's somewhere else, a place only you four can go, no one else. Normally, those breaking through to chaos only entered via the array Lin Moyu placed, not this mysterious realm. What he meant was the storage space, his own territory, off limits to others. Let's drink tea and chat for a while. When the time comes, you'll be busy maybe for thousands of years to come. Xiao Mei smiled, good. We've been too idle lately besides, we're not big on going out. She glanced at Xiao Wu, the most outgoing of the four. Don't mention it, cried Xiao Wu, every time I went out, I'd run into a pack of fools so annoying. I really wanted to punch them all out. Then why not talk to them? Lin Moyu asked, meaning Hao Tianzun and the other city elders. They're deep in cultivation, so the juniors are handling things. As long as no one causes trouble, we just ignore them, Xiao Mei replied. No one would dare misbehave in Yudao City anyway. The four chatted with Lin Moyu, recounting their stories since becoming Dao Lords, visiting the origin ancestral ground, seeing other worlds, but always returning home to Yudao. Suddenly, they glanced toward the courtyard gate. Somehow, the place had become crowded with people. Chapter 4504, Chapter 4504, A New Path for the Four. Chapter 4504, A New Path for the Four. Many people arrived outside the small courtyard, and Lin Moyu made no attempt to hide his return. Returning after so many years, the Lord of Origin Continent and Domain Master drew attention the moment news got out. Some faces were familiar, others were new. Many just wanted to see Lin Moyu in person, to meet the legendary figure. Everyone behaved, quietly waiting outside. Nobody made a noise, all aware Lin Moyu would sense their arrival anyway. A projection of Lin Moyu appeared in midair above, his gaze sweeping the crowd. Does anyone have business here? He sounded casual, exerting no pressure, but everyone felt their soul tremble. Many were forced to fight the urge to kneel and bow. Within the origin continent, the strongest are Dao Lords, yet the gap between them and Lin Moyu was immeasurable. If he wished, he could kill any of them with a glance. Finally, a middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed. Junior Hao Zugwang greets the Domain Master. Hao Zugwang? Lin Moyu studied him, noting he looked much like Hao Daozun. With a calculation, he understood. He was Hao Daozun's son. Unexpected, but a pleasant surprise. Hao Daozun had once helped Lin Moyu, a favor Lin Moyu would never forget. With a flick of his finger, Life's Chronicle and a wisp of primordial qi entered Hao Zugwang's body. Hao Zugwang shuddered and beamed with delight, knowing he'd received a priceless gift. At the same time, Lin Moyu's voice reached his ear, "This is your fortune, bestowed by me. You'll learn its value in time. Tell no one." Hao Zugwang managed to remain calm and silent despite his elation. Lin Moyu's voice echoed across Yudao City. "I'm only back for family business today, but since fate brings you here, I grant all of you an opportunity." Crack! Thunder cracked overhead, and gentle rain began to fall from the sky. The rain held the power of the domain, the very source of the Dao. All who bathed in it instantly began cultivating. Many broke through or healed old wounds. Joy spread, everyone completely absorbed in the wondrous blessing. By the time they recovered, Lin Moyu was gone. A large formation appeared outside the courtyard, shielding it inside. The girls and others had already left. Lin Moyu departed the origin continent. He glanced back, but did not see Antares. He had no idea where that one had gone. Still, Antares had now married, might even have children. But Lin Moyu knew he was safe, and that was enough. He went to find the three ancestors and the Beast Emperor. Their fusion with the world continued. It might last 100,000 years or more, but could not be rushed. Lin Moyu could have sped it up, but forcing growth would harm them long term. Now that the fifth world domain was secure, there was no need for haste. Lin Moyu then led the four girls through the domain barrier, out into the space beyond. An invisible force shielded them, so nothing outside the domain could harm them. From afar, Xiao Mei sighed, "So this is the domain where we lived." Xiao Wu added, "Origin continent is just a corner, and we're merely specks of dust within it. How tiny we are." Indeed, chaos, domain, origin continent, great world, small world, each nested within the other, they were only one life among countless others hardly worth mentioning. Lin Moyu said, billions of beings, who isn't dust in the cosmos? But dust can still be swept up in a storm and blanket the world. Don't overestimate but don't belittle yourselves. In this world, the Dao heart should rise above heaven and earth. Whether or not they understood, he did not know these were lessons they needed to realize for themselves. Xiao Wu's eyes darted about as if searching for the origin continent above. There was no way to pick it out among the millions of worlds. Xiao Yu asked, Teacher, what do you want us to do here? Lin Moyu replied, You know the domain's edge is chaos, but this isn't chaos. They had heard of chaos, though never seen it, and had reckoned that breaking out of the domain put them straight into chaos. Xiao Mei asked curiously, If not chaos, then what? This is my own private domain of sorts. It's similar to chaos, but not quite. Many new lives are being born here. You must adapt to this place and its Dao, and find these newly forming souls, leave your soul marks in them. Don't worry, these young lives are still weak. Marking them means they'll become your helpers one day. And their strength will provide further support for you. Xiao Mei was still unsure why were new lives forming here, and why would they serve as helpers? If this isn't chaos but Lin Moyu's private domain, what's really the difference? And if they wanted to go further once they broke past the domain, shouldn't they go into chaos and become true beings? If not, how could they transcend? Lin Moyu went on. You used to walk the same path as others, Dao Lord, Eternity, Transcendence, Chaos Realm. But now, a small change. The path you'll walk is a new one, never before traveled. The destination is unknown, perhaps harder than before, but it will certainly go farther. Don't ask why, just go, experience it yourselves and feel the new world. With that, Lin Moyu led them deeper, letting them glimpse the many realms, grand world, spirit Miao domain, and others. Then they saw the threads of primordial qi like filaments drifting through the void. Their eyes brightened with excitement, even if they did not grasp what the primordial qi was, only that it was precious. Lin Moyu said, This is primordial qi, one of the world's fundamental powers, even stronger than source power. But your realms are still too shallow, you can't absorb it directly. If I helped, you'd gain strength, but it would hurt your affinity with heaven and earth. So, go find the souls and leave your marks. Those native to this realm can absorb the primordial qi. Through them, you'll draw in the power and deepen your own insight. Is that clear? Chapter 4505, Chapter 4505, Little New with No Bottom Line. Chapter 4505, Little New with No Bottom Line. Lin Moyu spoke of his understanding of the universe, but the four clearly didn't comprehend. His words were simply too advanced. He was describing his own insights about the nature of the world, not just the Dao. The four were all Dao lords, but only within the domain. If he'd discussed Dao truths, they might have kept up. But what he spoke of was on a higher level, a deeper understanding of existence that was entirely beyond their grasp. For them, the storage space world was unfamiliar, its laws known only to Lin Moyu. He alone could control and alter it at will, others had to try to understand it on their own. Lin Moyu said, It's fine if you don't understand. Just remember my words for now, and someday you'll get it. All four nodded. They naturally listened when he spoke. Then Lin Moyu drew out 4 runes, imprinting them into the four's souls. These were not chaos runes, but unique to this world, able to exist here eternally without worry of time. With these runes, the four could move about the storage space freely, unaffected by primordial qi. After finding newborn beings and imprinting their souls, they would use these creatures as conduits to absorb primordial qi. These innate beings could naturally absorb primordial qi, so using them as a relay was no problem. The more soul marks they left, the more primordial qi they would eventually draw to themselves. The total number depended entirely on their own luck. Lin Moyu believed their fortunes would be good, that soon enough they'd gather their own followers. Within this world, they could grow to become supremes, even surpass supremes. As long as Lin Moyu lived and this world survived, they would remain safe. Even the Calamity Supreme could not have imagined Lin Moyu would possess such a realm, not surpassing the ancient Chaos world, but at least matching it, and certainly stronger than Chaos Child's inner universe. This world continued to evolve its boundaries, powers, and primordial chi increasing, as more resources and materials manifested. Many materials even generated will and consciousness. These, though not true innate beings, were among the first products of the new world, possessing immense strength. Lin Moyu marveled at the process. It resembled the earliest stages of chaos, the inevitable path for any evolving universe. The four soon adapted to moving in the storage world, where each inch radiated power. It was clearly more taxing than their native domain. Lin Moyu only told them to seek out the newborns without saying how. They decided to split up and meet again in 10 years, each flying off in a different direction. At this stage, actual birth was still far off. They were safe here, especially because Lin Moyu had laid down a rule whereby danger would trigger their instant return. As the world's master, Lin Moyu was all-powerful here. After settling affairs for the four, Lin Moyu suddenly heard faint cries from Little Niu. The bull he'd sent flying was now broadcasting a weak signal via their soul link. Lin Moyu laughed. I really did forget about you. All these years, Little Niu had stuck by the girls, if not to great effect, then at least as a loyal companion. In the great world, too, he'd fought at Lin Moyu's side. You come here, too. With a thought, Lin Moyu mobilized the Fifth World Domain's law, forming a huge hand and bringing Little Niu across. Little Niu stared blankly around the storage world, momentarily lost, but seeing Lin Moyu, he quickly regained his composure, grinning ingratiatingly. Master, you really didn't leave me behind after all. Would you want to be abandoned? Little Niu shook his head. It's my honor to serve you. All I want is to be your bull wherever you go, I'll follow. Lin Moyu eyed him sharply. I hear you made trouble with lots of cows in Origin Continent, even founding your own breed. Little Niu grinned slyly. Wasn't that all thanks to your glory, Master? In fact, he'd seduced countless cows from all breeds across the continent, producing more offspring than one could count an entire race of his descendants. On Origin Continent, Little Niu had become a totem, people called him Ancestor Niu, and his status was enhanced by being known as Lin Moyu's mount. Lin Moyu said, suppose I tell you to cut yourself off from all your descendants, would you? Little Niu didn't hesitate. Whatever you say, Master. If you asked for barbecue, I'd roast them myself and serve them up. This one had no bottom line at all, but however outrageous, his loyalty was unswerving. Then here's a chance, in this new world, go leave your soul mark with the newborns. Lin Moyu repeated the instructions he'd given the four girls, planted a rune in Little Niu's soul and then punted him into the distance. Little Niu howled as he flew 1,000,000,000 miles, vanishing into the void. Lin Moyu was fiercely protective, treating Xiaowu and company as his children and kin, bringing them here for safety. As long as he lived, nothing could happen to them here. Even if he died, if they were strong enough and this world endured, they'd be safe. If he could raise them to become the strongest here, he'd have nothing to worry about, whatever happened. He also thought that before facing the Dao himself, it would be best to bring his wives here as well. He had a persistent feeling nowhere was safer than this world. No matter how powerful the Dao, it couldn't intrude. But in primordial chaos, if the Dao truly wanted to probe, his wives might be in danger. This couldn't yet be done, he'd have to become a supreme first. The green-robed and white-robed elders must have their own motives in cultivating his wives. Lin Moyu let those thoughts go. With 9 domains complete and the Silver Light Rabbit clan soon to boast 16 Chaos Perfection elders, only time and materials were needed now. Sweeping the domains with his mind's eye, he noted some familiar faces: Gu Hanjing, Lu Fenjiao, Saint Heart, Hand of Fate. Everyone had their own destiny, he shouldn't interfere. Lastly, he saw Lillian. She was living well in her own world, apparently reclaiming the bearing of her days as Demon Emperor. Chapter 4506, Chapter 4506, Abnormal Talent. Chapter 4506, Abnormal Talent. In the chaotic void, the undying flame had long since died down. The previously slain sharp gold beasts were now resurrected, kneeling in orderly rows before Lin Moyu. Only after dealing with his domain did Lin Moyu remember them. From their account, Lin Moyu learned the full story of their people. Sharp gold beasts are a hodgepodge race. Their ancestor, the very first sharp gold beast, was a female beast. She possessed a unique gift. She could give birth to offspring with any living being, regardless of gender, species, or form. At first glance, this ability seemed unremarkable, but her method was different. She didn't need to mate or even make contact. All she needed was for her golden horn to shine on a target. This shining was completely harmless, not even an attack, so few ever guarded against it. In a historic war, she did this in secret and later gave birth to 100 children, all looking different, and with widely varying strength. The strength of the children depended entirely on the power of the ones she illuminated. Stronger parents led to stronger offspring, weaker led to weaker. All offspring shared two traits: they were always beast-bodied, even if the other parent was human, and every single one had a golden horn. However, their horns only worked as attack tools, not as reproductive devices. So the ancestor secretly went around illuminating others, producing countless offspring and continuously multiplying the race's numbers and power. The ability to reproduce existed only in the original ancestor. None of her descendants could breed further. This meant all sharp gold beasts are siblings by their mother. No matter their looks, they are all same mother, different father. Lin Moyu found this kind of race rather fascinating. It was his first encounter with something so odd. Chaos Child suddenly remarked, "I feel like I've seen this ability somewhere before." Lin Moyu chuckled, thinking of anything. Many races today carry inherited bloodlines from ancient, powerful beings. If the sharp gold ancestor's talent came from some primordial creature, it wouldn't be surprising. Chaos Child mused, "I've heard of it, but it's hazy, not a famous one." Little Tree then spoke up, "It was probably Tianmu Gold." Yes, Chaos Child replied, "That's it, Tianmu Gold and nobody, but the ability was twisted." Little Tree explained, Tianmu Gold gained intelligence and the ability to reproduce via golden rays. Anyone struck by her golden light was instantly marked, and she could bear their offspring. She left many children among great experts, but her children were always weak and strange-looking, Little Tree said. And she herself lacked any fighting strength. Her talent was just revolting, and people eventually wiped her out, Chaos Child added. Imagine how it feels to suddenly learn you have a new child. Descendants of Tianmu Gold formed a bloodline connection to the parent, strong beings, who could sense their new children. Suddenly gaining offspring, especially ones looking bizarre but sharing your blood, disgusted many, so Tianmu Gold was exterminated. Little Tree concluded, but she wasn't wiped out completely. Some fragment survived, was swallowed by a strange beast, and eventually evolved into the sharp gold beast race. Lin Moyu laughed, "So all told, sharp gold beasts aren't really a big threat." "They're not," Little Tree said. "Their clan can never produce top experts, probably not even perfection stage, unless their ancestor ever illuminated a supreme or quasi-supreme." Lin Moyu replied, "Very odd, but interesting. If they keep out of my way, I won't bother with them." With that, he waved and accepted the resurrected beasts. Since they were brought back, there was no harm in keeping them around in case they ever proved useful. In the chaos void, Lin Moyu rode on Xiaopeng's back, a golden ray slashing through the emptiness at a speed superior to even space-manipulating species, without tearing open spatial fractures. Xiaopeng enveloped himself and Lin Moyu in golden light. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you want to go there?" The matter of the storage space wasn't widely known. Only Lin Moyu, Xiaopeng, Chaos Child, and Little Tree were aware. Lin Moyu had considered letting Xiaopeng go, but decided Xiaopeng's presence was still valuable in primordial chaos. Still, he sought Xiaopeng's opinion out of special affection. Xiaopeng shook his head, I don't want to go for now. I'm useful here. I can help father. All right, Lin Moyu agreed, whenever you want, you can go. Heading toward Wangdong, Lin Moyu planned to travel via the teleport array to Wangbei, then to Linbei City, and from there use a cross-domain array to the North Pole. Currently, Linbei City is sealed off, so only 2 teleports remain leading to Wangbei, one from Wangdong, one from the Central Domain God Alliance headquarters. Mutians had said the Wangdong array would soon close too. After that, only travel from God Alliance HQ would be possible. The North Pole could move at any time. Central Domain God Alliance had entrusted its defense to the Upper Domain Alliance, so both Wangbei and Linbei were now managed by the Upper Domain Alliance. Such shifts had happened many times before, so the God Alliance trusted their management. Once war ends, the Upper Domain personnel would withdraw quickly, preferring their home environment to the Central Domain. Arriving in Wangdong again, only a month since his last visit, the mood was utterly different. Numerous powerful cultivators filled Wangdong God Alliance subordinates prepping to head toward the border. Clearly, the God Alliance had news the Eastern Pole was not looking optimistic. Lin Moyu considered that Central Domain's God Alliance was strong enough to handle 2 poles at once. The North Pole was delegated to the Upper Domain. If the West Pole also engaged, the Lower Domain would be called upon. But the Lower Domain cannot be ordered. Whether they'd act was unclear. A great war is brewing. Lin Moyu murmured. It had been years since a full-scale 4-pole, 3-domain war broke out. Originally it seemed a fight only between the West Pole and Central Domain, but now events spiraled into broader conflict. Lin Moyu sensed this escalation had deeper reasons likely tied to that thing from ancient chaos, maybe even concerning a supreme, or the Dao itself. Either way, it was not as simple as it looked. Arriving at the Wangdong array, Lin Moyu found himself blocked. Sorry, Senior, the teleport arrays have all been claimed these days. Chapter 4507, Chapter 4507, The Four Seas Sect. Chapter 4507, The Four Seas Sect. The teleport array was occupied? Lin Moyu discovered that the teleport array was indeed closed, forbidding anyone's entry. Blocking his way was a woman at the Dao Lord level, wearing the uniform of the Central Domain God Alliance, obviously someone from a subordinate faction. Her attitude was polite, calling him senior and looking apologetic. Lin Moyu didn't press her, but asked, "Why is the array occupied?" She replied, "The people from the Four Seas Sect are coming. Since their group is large, the teleport is reserved for them for several days." Lin Moyu found it odd. If they're coming, why can't others use the teleport in the meantime? A formation like this is meant for continuous use. Arrivals and departures rarely interfere, so occupying it made little sense. Before she could answer, bystanders chimed in, "The Four Seas Sect are just that domineering. Their sect leader is an elder in the God Alliance, so they always pull rank." Another said, "No choice for all their power, the Four Seas Sect always promises to be the spearhead in any battle with the East Pole. Apparently the sect leader really loves his prestige, and occupying the array makes him feel important. Go ahead and talk now, but once the Four Seas people show up, best not say a word. Those folks don't like being crossed." From this chatter, Lin Moyu pieced things together. The Four Seas Sect's master is Pan Sihai, a top perfection powerhouse and a God Alliance elder. He earned his standing with achievements once in a war with the East Pole. He slew one of their leading perfection experts, and so now he stands high in the alliance. Pan is known for his pride, and the Four Seas Sect wields real power, so now and then they pull stunts like monopolizing the teleport array, because it's their people coming through. Many were unhappy, but no one could do a thing about it. Lin Moyu thought it was only right. Power and sacrifice go hand in hand. The Four Seas might be overbearing, but always lead the charge in war and suffer the greatest casualties. Just counting perfection experts, they have lost several. Besides, being a little high-handed for a few days hardly made much difference. For cultivators, a few days is no time at all. Lin Moyu had no intention of forcing his way. He wasn't in a rush. Besides, he'd been given authority by Mutians he could use the cross-domain array at any point, even if war broke out with the North Pole. A few days sooner or later made no real difference. Suddenly, someone called out, "Enough! The 4 Cs are here." Whatever frustration people had was matched by awe. The 4 Cs were reasonable, but also ruthless. They didn't take kindly to ill talk. A glow came from the teleport array, and the crowd instantly hushed. The vanguard was a great completion chaos cultivator in a bright red robe, as if encased in flame, though to Lin Moyu's eyes, he looked like a blood-soaked man. The instant he arrived, waves of heat erupted, making everyone feel as if standing in a sea of fire. Many winced, uncomfortable but not injured. Those at lower stages found it worse. Some began backing away. However, the woman before Lin Moyu showed no reaction. 4 Cs cultivators only allowed their pressure to affect their peers, never lesser cultivators. Such was the Sect's combination of pride and principle. Lin Moyu himself was wholly unaffected, standing calm and indifferent, which drew a glance from the newcomer. The cultivator floated silently above, clearly waiting for others to arrive. Nearby, someone whispered, "That's a member of the Sea of Fire Hall. They're formidable, even matching my stage. I don't think I'd stand a chance." True, but the other 3 halls are even deadlier. Some would rather fight with the Fire Sea people than ever take on the other 3. Lin Moyu asked the woman before him, "Do you know what the 4 Cs are?" She hesitated. "Senior, I dare not say." Lin Moyu smiled, "Go ahead, they can't hear you." He sent out soul power, shielding herself and the woman from the outside world. Even a perfection expert couldn't listen in now. She was still uneasy, but Lin Moyu pressed, "Tell me and I'll grant you an opportunity, one you'll find very worthwhile, if you're willing to try your luck." If she refused, Lin Moyu could always ask someone else. If she missed out, she'd lose the chance. After a pause, she decided, "My name is Qing Yu, thank you, Senior. Actually, it's no great secret. There are 4 divisions in the 4 Cs sect, the Fire Sea, the Ice Sea, the Spirit Sea, and the Blood Sea. The Fire Sea specializes in offense, burning with fire, Dao truly mighty in battle. The Ice Sea specializes in defense, with water, Dao one touch and you could be frozen for 1,000,000 years, unable to move or even sense a thing. The Spirit Sea is the most terrifying. They cultivate soul Dao, able to torture the soul, making death a mercy. But the Blood Sea is the worst. They wipe out entire races, infamous for their horrendous spells and merciless slaughter. That's all I know, Senior." Qing Yu's summary covered the basics. As a Dao Lord she didn't know every secret, but Lin Moyu was satisfied. He laughed, "That's enough, take this pill. Once you consume it, you'll break through to half-step chaos." Qing Yu's eyes shone with amazement. Could a single, plain-looking pill truly bring such a breakthrough? Lin Moyu smiled, "What, don't trust me?" She shook her head, "Never. How could you deceive? You'll know once you take it, but be prepared, it may take time to break through." She stowed the pill and nodded, still glancing furtively about, but no one had noticed, not even the great completion chaos cultivator from the sect. Lin Moyu assured her, "Relax, nothing we do or say is visible to them." And at last, Qing Yu realized it was true. She had no idea how, but was thoroughly awed. The teleport array activated once more, letting loose a surge of overwhelming force. Chapter 4508, Chapter 4508, If you want to talk, come down. I'm too lazy to go up. Chapter 4508, If you want to talk, come down. I'm too lazy to go up. Someone else approached. The aura of a perfection powerhouse oppressed the scene before they even arrived. Those at Chaos Minor Completion felt nothing, but the great completion cultivators visibly paled, each backing away to escape the pressure. Firelight appeared in the air. It was another Blood Sea Division member of 4C's Sect, this time at the Elder level. A figure clad in blazing red stepped from the teleport array. The earlier arrivals instantly bowed respectfully. Welcome, Elder Tianmi, and the elder known as Elder Tianhuo appeared, his body solid and wreathed in burning robes, his very presence forming a sea of illusory fire in the skies above eastward border. Everyone saw the fire sea, even though it was only an illusion. Elder Tianhuo stepped from the array, hovering in midair, eyes sweeping aggressively over the crowd. No one dared to meet his gaze, all avoided his eyes by looking down. He seemed satisfied, but the moment he saw Lin Moyu, he noticed Lin Moyu meeting his gaze, studying him curiously, almost as if observing a rare creature. Elder Tianhuo frowned slightly but did not grow angry. Lin Moyu appeared to him as simply a Chaos Minor completion youth with a strong Dao heart. Not a bad seed, he thought, seeing a smile in Lin Moyu's eyes and nodding in greeting. But then Tianhuo realized he'd misjudged. Lin Moyu wasn't simply strong-willed, he was outright unconcerned with the elder's status. A Chaos Minor completion youth, smiling and nodding at a perfection elder as if evaluating his inferior. This left Elder Tianhuo discomfort, but he couldn't complain, as Lin Moyu hadn't said or done anything inappropriate. Lin Moyu, for his part, was simply curious. This 4C's Sect, Fire Sea Division elder had powerful presence and immense soul force, the mark of a strong combatant. Yet Lin Moyu could see the man's foundation was unstable. His might was thanks to powerful arts, not depth of cultivation. Such a one would struggle to reach greater heights and was likely at his upper limit already. Qing Yu's voice sounded, "Senior, this is Elder Tianhuo from Fire Sea Division, one of 8 elders, ranked in the top 3 there and in the whole sect, top 20 at least." Lin Moyu was surprised. "How do you know this so clearly, right down to the rank?" Qing Yu explained, "It's public record. The Central Domain God Alliance keeps detailed rankings for all major factions. If you're ever curious, you can check." Lin Moyu chuckled, "So that's it. I've never browsed their database." Qing Yu continued, "The database is comprehensive rankings for all strong cultivators in the 4 poles and 3 domains. Of course, my own cultivation isn't high enough to access everything, I've only seen what's permitted at my level." This prompted Lin Moyu, "What about Wine Venerable, how is he ranked?" Qing Yu replied, "Wine Venerable is counted as one of the Central Domain's true peak experts. Everyone knows of him. If there's a ranking, he's definitely in the top 10. But really, those top experts are only unofficially ranked. Everyone makes their own lists. Some people say Wine Venerable is the undisputed number 1 under the Supreme Realm." Lin Moyu laughed, "That's true, everyone has their own ideas about rank." They kept chatting, though Qing Yu belonged to a subordinate force, not the main alliance. She did have access to the records. She often worked odd jobs, including in the archives, allowing her to read nearly everything within her limits. Though only a Dao Lord, she actually knew a lot about the various powers. Meanwhile, Elder Tianhuo saw Lin Moyu and Qing Yu chatting and found himself unable to hear a thing, which should have been impossible given his power. Even soul transmission should not have shielded them. He tried to listen in, but no sound reached him. Frowning even more, he sent a wave of pressure to blanket the pair, but the moment it touched Lin Moyu, it vanished. Lin Moyu and Qing Yu continued their casual conversation, entirely unaffected. Elder Tianhuo's frown deepened, he sensed something off. This kid isn't simple. He felt ignored, his displeasure growing, and released an even greater pressure. The Fire Sea cultivators nearby noticed and stared at Lin Moyu as well, intensifying the oppressive force. Still, Lin Moyu showed no reaction. Elder Tianhuo's pressure grew stronger, now condensed into a fist of force. Under this, even Chaos Great Completion would be forced to the ground. Finally, Lin Moyu responded. He looked up at Elder Tianhuo and moved his lips. Elder Tianhuo shuddered, his pressure evaporating, his expression cycling through embarrassment, disbelief, and finally, utter shock. What he'd heard was simple, Lin Moyu's voice in his mind, resonating like thunder, "Enough. The words carried soul power, shaking Tianhuo's very spirit. At last, he realized Lin Moyu wasn't chaos minor completion at all. How could one at that stage have such soul force? Lin Moyu's spiritual depth utterly eclipsed his own. Elder Tianhuo instantly withdrew his arrogance and bowed toward Lin Moyu. Deist friend, would you come up for a talk? His attitude was genuinely respectful, devoid of earlier pride. Everyone watched as he addressed a mere chaos minor completion cultivator. Why would an elder treat someone like that? Lin Moyu, however, replied flatly, if you want to chat, come down. I'm too lazy to go up. This shocked everyone. Present such a tone from someone of Lin Moyu's apparent level, to a perfection elder. And yet Tianhuo responded even more astonishingly, all right. And came down, politely saluting Lin Moyu before all, posture more humble than anyone had seen before. Even the other Fire Sea cultivators stood dumbfounded at the sight. Chapter 4509, Chapter 4509, This matter is a bit strange. Chapter 4509, This matter is a bit strange. Elder Tianhuo abruptly took 2 steps back and respectfully performed a grand salute to Lin Moyu, loudly saying, Upper Grade Deacon of the Central Domain God Alliance pays respects to the Grand Elder. Qing Yu beside him was briefly stunned, and then she too quickly bowed, her voice trembling, Qing Yu greets the Grand Elder. Only now did Lin Moyu realize that his identity badge was different than before. The badge was now emanating a purple gold glow, along with an aura that was distinctly changed. He immediately understood that Mutians must have done something during the earlier moments, recalling how Mutians had fiddled with his ID badge, promising it would grant him unrestricted passage to the North Pole. Unexpectedly, Mutians had made him a Grand Elder of the Central Domain God Alliance. Inside the alliance, aside from the chief and deputy chiefs, the ones with the most authority were the Grand Elders, currently only 8 in total, all top perfection experts akin to the likes of Wine Venerable. Below them were regular elders over 100 in number, each a perfection stage expert. Next were the deacons, who are split into upper, middle, and lower grades, and they too are perfection experts. With so many alliance members and countless subordinate powers, perfection experts were like clouds, but only 100 could be elders, and only 8 could become Grand Elders. For example, Tianhuo, while an elder in 4C's sect, was only an upper grade deacon in the alliance. Promotion from deacon to elder required rigorous assessments, specifically, one's combat power. Holding a Grand Elder's badge meant Lin Moyu's status and battle power were equivalent to a Grand Elder. The chief of 4C's sect was among the 8 Grand Elders, which now placed Lin Moyu on the same level as him. As for Lin Moyu's cultivation stage, that was easily hidden. Anyone unable to see through the disguise could only blame themselves. Lin Moyu instantly saw through it all. Within the alliance, rank was absolute. As a Grand Elder, Tianhuo had to pay major respects. Anything less would be seen as disrespect. Lin Moyu said, no need for such formality. What did Deacon Tianhuo want to discuss? Tianhuo immediately shook his head, nothing, nothing at all. He had nothing to say. He was just curious before, but now, knowing Lin Moyu's new position, he dared not presume. He turned to ask, Grand Elder, is there something you need here? Lin Moyu replied, I'm headed to the north border, but with the array occupied, all I can do is wait. Tianhuo's expression changed, and he smiled wryly, if we'd known you were going, Chief would never have blocked the array. Lin Moyu said, it's no trouble, I'm not in a hurry. But your large showing, does this mean war with the East Pole is about to break out? Tianhuo nodded, that's what our intelligence suggests. There are East Pole infiltrators already inside. Lin Moyu asked, they must be perfection experts, correct? Tianhuo confirmed, that seems to be the case. Our chief stationed us here specifically to deal with those from East Pole. And it's not just us, others are coming, and several alliance elders have gone to Lin East City to prepare for battle. But... He hesitated, so Lin Moyu prompted, but what? Tianhuo replied, I feel there's more to this. The information we've received is strangely murky, but I can't say for sure, just a hunch. Lin Moyu encouraged him to continue. Let's hear your speculation. Tianhuo said, when polar domains go to war, the Supremes have an agreement, they don't interfere directly, only observe. But they may plot and influence events behind the scenes. This time, the South Pole struck first, but East Pole is being unusually discreet, unlike previous wars, where they were always the aggressors. That's suspicious. And the intelligence we've received is vague, just stating that East Pole could strike at any time. This has drawn most of our forces to Lin East City, leaving other areas thinly defended. Though Tianhuo cultivated the path of fire and seemed hot-tempered, he was actually sharp and knowledgeable due to his alliance rank. He had misgivings and ideas but couldn't really voice them, lacking authority. Lin Moyu asked, have you shared these thoughts with the chief? Tianhuo replied, I have, but after receiving the intel, the chief left, ignoring local matters. Lin Moyu was puzzled. Why? Tianhuo said, if my guess is right, the intelligence named the Supreme of Extreme Flame from East Pole a sworn enemy of our chief who killed his Dao companion. As far as the chief is concerned, nothing matters more than revenge. Supreme of Extreme Flame? Lin Moyu noticed Tianhuo's hesitance. It was a sensitive 4C's sect matter. He turned to Qing Yu, do you know the details? She nodded, it's no secret. The Supreme of Extreme Flame is a top perfection expert from East Pole, and because he killed the 4C's chief's Dao companion, the chief swore to pursue vengeance at any cost. A hatred born of such a personal loss truly was immortal. And it explained why the chief cared little for anything but his revenge, even at the cost of countless lives. Lin Moyu asked, have you mentioned these concerns to any other alliance elders? Tianhuo responded, the chief is a grand elder. If he says nothing, there's no point in telling others, they'd only defer to his word. Still, we 4C's elders have discussed it and all feel something is off, but there's nothing we can do except obey orders. He had little choice in the matter. The teleport array activated again, more people arriving. For the rest of the day, the 4C's sect arrivals continued. After the Fire Sea came the Ice Sea, turning the north border into a world of fire and ice. Next was Soul Sea, and finally Blood Sea. Midway through the Soul Sea's transport, a strange ripple swept forth from chaos itself, instantly enveloping the north border. The running teleport array buzzed and then abruptly halted. Chapter 4510, Chapter 4510, this decides both victory and life or death. Chapter 4510, this decides both victory and life or death. Space was completely sealed off, even the teleport array stopped functioning. In the next moment, the grand formation of Wangdong began to activate, an enormous array encapsulating the entire region. On the surface of the array, numerous apertures appeared, each radiating a deadly aura. This defensive formation was not simply for protection, it could attack as well as defend, boasting immense offensive power. Meanwhile, the Central Domain God Alliance's fortifications rapidly transformed into a war fortress, rising into the sky and merging with the formation as its core. Elder Tianhuo's expression changed. They really have arrived. This is East Pole's space-fixing grand array. No need to panic, nothing will happen, Lin Moyu replied, unfazed. The so-called grand space-fixing array meant little to him. Sealing space and blocking transmission arrays was a feat he could easily perform. What set the array apart was its massive scale, encompassing trillions of miles. Within its range, not only space was locked down, but even the laws were disrupted, greatly reducing the speed of all cultivators. Even perfection-level experts found their speed limited to that of chaos minor completion. The design was to prevent enemies from escaping. However, those from East Pole who used the array had ways to minimize its effects on themselves, thus widening the power gap. Seeing Lin Moyu so calm, Elder Tianhuo also composed himself. As a Grand Elder, Lin Moyu's combat capabilities matched the strongest, if not his own sect master. With such an ally, East Pole's ambush might not succeed after all. A force appeared outside Wangdong, a massive flying fortress filled with people. They had come from East Pole, appearing human-shaped, but none were actually human. True humans were rare in East Pole, most were exotic beasts, or at best, half-human in some form. With the array fully operational, a voice resounded through the city. All cultivators below chaos level in Wangdong, follow the array's instructions and enter the nearest core, preparing to fight. Beams of light descended from the sky, carrying all cultivators below chaos level into the formation as array cores, providing energy to the formation. In battles among the extreme domains, once started, no one could escape no matter their realm, even ordinary people had to fight. Qing Yu bowed to Lin Moyu, Grand Elder, I'll join the array. Go ahead, Lin Moyu replied. For many, the array was protection so long as it was intact. Wangdong would be safe. If it broke, even the aftershocks would be deadly. As people took their positions in the array, a figure appeared in the sky. 4C's Sect, assemble outside the boundary, prepare for battle. Elder Tianhuo shuddered, it's the Sect Master, he's here. Lin Moyu smiled, he never left. Sect Master Pan Sihai, a peak perfection expert on PAR with Wine Venerable, had been hiding in Wangdong all along. He'd concealed himself from everyone but not Lin Moyu. As a veteran, Pan Sihai had already realized the suspicious intelligence, guessing an East Pole raid was likely. Thus, he never actually left, waiting in Wangdong and ensuring the transmission array stayed occupied. The slow pace of the 4C's arrival was deliberate, intentionally buying time. And sure enough, as the transfer was half complete, the enemy struck. Pan Sihai appeared outside the city cloaked in an aura of terror. A middle-aged man stood atop a sea of blood, countless vengeful spirits swirling behind him, shackled by crimson chains emerging from the sea souls from his many victims, doomed to eternal torment. The Blood Sea was a supreme treasure, truly dreadful. Pan Sihai himself had grown up amidst bloodshed, and his killing intent was enough to shatter the Dao heart of even a Chaos Stage expert. He glared at the fortress from East Pole and said coldly, extinguishing flame, it's time to settle our score. A voice laughed from within the enemy fortress. Unexpectedly, a great variety of fire images filled the chaos, volcanoes, oceans, firebirds, flame serpents, blazing suns. All things were shaped by fire, worlds themselves unfolding in flame. Even before seeing the man, Lin Moyu could tell his fire Dao was supreme. The Flame Lord flew from the fortress, King of Fire, and all flames paid him homage. At his appearance, all Fire Sea cultivators of 4C's sect looked stricken. Their fire indeed, their entire fire Dao seemed forced to submit to his authority, a suppression from the very level of the great Dao itself. Pan Sihai snorted, and a drop of pitch-black blood shot from his blood sea and exploded in the void, sweeping away the suppression. Hatred shone from his gaze, but he did not lose control. Let's fight elsewhere. The Flame Lord laughed. Fine, today will determine who's stronger. Pan Sihai corrected him, this is a battle of life and death. Good. Then let it decide both victory and life or death. The Flame Lord split the void and charged away, Pan Sihai sped after, both vanishing a moment later. With their titanic power, even the aftermath could annihilate bystanders. If they fought here, both Wangdong and the East Pole Fortress would be doomed. After their departure, the battle shifted to the others. Transmission halfway done, the 4C's weren't all assembled, other forces hadn't arrived. Only the 4C's contingents, a handful of itinerant cultivators, and Wangdong's own grand formation remained. No one yet knew how many lay hidden in the enemy fortress, but battle was inescapable. The 4C's began arraying their ranks. Luckily, both Fire and Ice Sea divisions were present, forming their complete formations. The Soul Sea division was half arrived, unable to form a proper battle array, they'd have to fight alone. Even Elder Tianhuo was nervous. This wasn't some ordinary squabble, but a domain-level war, where even perfection experts commonly fell. He couldn't know if he'd survive. The enemy war fortress hummed, their formation powering up as strong beings began emerging, beasts from East Pole, not human, taking on their true forms in space. There weren't many, just 100. But each was a perfection expert. The faces of 4C's disciples turned grim. How could they stand against 100 perfection foes, especially with over 10,000 Chaos Great Completion underlings behind, while their own numbers were only in the hundreds? With space sealed, outside help would not arrive. An eerie laugh echoed, Pansahai is gone. This place is finished. Chapter 4511, Chapter 4511, Your poison is no match for your mouth. Chapter 4511, Your poison is no match for your mouth. Amidst sinister laughter, a beast glowing with blue light soared forward. Its appearance resembled a myriad legworm of the ancient wilderness, but much smaller, under 10,000 meters long, making it a small guy among the immense eastern pole creatures, most of which easily surpassed hundreds of thousands of meters. Yet this small guy was the strongest among the colossal beasts present. The moment it appeared, all the 4C's sect elders cried out in unison, "Retract your auras, don't look directly at it." Their voices carried anxiety and fear, as though encountering something extremely dangerous. The 4C's battle formation even began to retreat, the elders clearly making this decision for everyone's safety. "What is that?" Elder Tianhuo heard Lin Moyu's voice and was briefly overjoyed. He'd forgotten Lin Moyu, a God Alliance Grand Elder, was here. If Lin really possessed such battle power, they had little to fear. He looked down to see Lin Moyu calmly drifting out of Wangdong. Elder Tianhuo quickly warned, "Elder Lin, be careful. That creature is dog rat ancestor, its whole body is poisonous. Its venom spreads in countless ways, even watching it too long can poison your Dao itself. He's the dog rat clan's chieftain, the top of their line, second only to the sect master in power." Lin Moyu, not at all rattled by the threat, observed dog rat ancestor openly and with interest. The so-called world-poisoning venom piqued him. He was curious what kind of poison could threaten him, given his undying Dao, and long experience dealing with toxic forces. If something could kill him instantly, even better. He'd be eager to study it to see if it could help him die a few thousand times more for cultivation's sake. "Don't disappoint me," Lin Moyu muttered as he stared dog rat ancestor down. Dog rat ancestor let out a sharp laugh. "You must have a death wish to dare gaze upon me." Lin Moyu answered, "Yes, I'm sick of living. Kindly poison me to death." This provocation infuriated dog rat ancestor. Its thin, high-pitched voice became sharper. "If you insist, I'll be glad to oblige." Blue light burst from the creature, sweeping through the void so strongly even space itself seemed to smoke. The 4C's forces continued to fall back, fortifying their array for distance and defense. They couldn't leave Wangdong, but the city's main barrier was sturdy enough that, though twisted and smoking under blue light, it didn't shatter. Dog rat ancestor alone was not enough to break the array. Lin Moyu stood passively in the blue glow, watching. Dog rat ancestor's laugh turned quickly to surprise, then panic. "Impossible! Why aren't you dying?" Lin Moyu, using only his physical power, not even the undying Dao, shrugged off the toxin. His fighting spirit kept his soul shielded, the poison simply refused to enter. Elder Tianhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Grand Elder is still a Grand Elder, nothing can faze him. Several 4C's sect elders whispered among themselves, having overheard Tianhuo call Lin Moyu Grand Elder. One asked, "Tianhuo, you say he's a Grand Elder? What's his name?" "I don't remember a Grand Elder called Linear." Tianhuo replied. He introduced himself as Lin Moyu. "I don't recall the Alliance ever having a Grand Elder by that name, but his badge isn't fake. Maybe he's newly promoted, we're not always notified. And don't ask me for more I don't know. Ask Elder Lin yourself." He shut down their rapid-fire questions with cool authority. Fixing his gaze on the blue glow, Tianhuo felt certain Lin Moyu would win. Within the blue glow, Lin Moyu looked disappointed. Is that your best? Your poison is weak. Dog-rat Ancestor was crushed by scorn. With a furious howl, he threatened. How dare you belittle me? I'll poison you, your kin, your friends, no mercy. All your souls will rot, your bodies will fester, you'll beg for death and never find it. If you have descendants, I'll see they live like slime forever. Lin Moyu frowned and casually slapped. A terrifyingly huge phantom palm swept millions of miles, blasting through the eastern pole beasts. Screams echoed as vast monsters were all knocked away at once. The palm descended a blow nothing could block, slamming Dog-rat Ancestor tens of thousands of miles off. Your poison is nothing compared to your mouth. I was hoping your venom might be useful to me. Now, it seems there's no point in keeping you. After killing you, I'll find your clan, kill them all, resurrect them, and enslave them forever. Lin Moyu's words rang throughout the void, chilling all who heard, a curse more venomous than poison. That one slap woke the eastern pole ranks, signaling the true start of battle. However, as they surged forward, they froze. Countless undead thralls flooded the void, each at chaos grade completion. They weren't the most powerful, but there were so many their numbers defied belief. So many puppets. Where did Central Domain get so many? There must be tens of billions. How do we even fight that? East Pole combined doesn't even have this many chaos grade completions. Lin Moyu's aura surged. He had broken through from chaos minor to great completion. His body and soul had reached the peak. With another slap and a shout kill, his undead minions charged, enacting his will flawlessly. At the same time, the space-time soul python unleashed its 3 slave perfection experts, from the Cold Toad clan. Weak among perfection foes, they still struck terror when fighting to the death. Driven to recklessness by the python's control, they fought without regard for life or defense. The python itself was stronger than the average perfection, its phantom tail sweeping the void and leaving Eastern Pole warriors in agony. Those are from the Cold Toad clan, from West Pole. What are they doing here? And that python? What a monster! This Lin Moyu, where does he get so many tricks? Cries of confusion rose as Lin Moyu called forth more power. Golden light sparkled. Xiaopeng dove into the thick of battle, reaping lives without pause. Chapter 4512, Chapter 4512, How many can escape? Chapter 4512, How many can escape? A sea of undead minions surrounded the Eastern Pole invaders, while the space-time soul python rampaged the battlefield with its trio of controlled subordinates. Now revived, the space-time soul python had no fear of death. If slain, it would simply resurrect. The 3 controlled subordinates understood nothing of death. When facing Eastern Pole perfection experts, they slaughtered recklessly. Xiaopeng darted at full speed, a streak of golden light across the battlefield, breaking up the space wherever he went, causing many perfection experts to be injured or forced away. They couldn't keep up with Xiaopeng's movements, nor counter his attacks. Defense was pointless. But since Xiaopeng was not yet strong enough to instantly slay perfection experts, he mostly ignored chaos grade completion enemies, leaving those to the undead minions. From the very start of the battle, the Eastern Pole invaders were suppressed. Their war fortress was itself a treasure, incredibly powerful, worth several times the force of ordinary perfection experts. But against endlessly swarming undead, it lost its decisive edge, unable to turn the tide. Undead minions attacked unceasingly from all directions, burying the fortress beneath their numbers. No matter which way they tried to fly, all they saw were more undead. As with an elephant surrounded by an endless swarm of ants, no matter how mighty, there comes a point when it falls. This was the dilemma facing the Eastern Pole invaders, a tide of undead tens of billions strong. Unless a top perfection expert led a charge to break through, they had little hope. As for Dog-rat Ancestor, his greatest asset was his poison, but poisoning is not suited for besieging an enemy. If he wanted to escape, he'd have struggled, but Lin Moyu wasn't about to let him. Standing just outside the battlefield, Lin Moyu channeled Little Tree's roots, which ignored spatial ceilings, piercing through space by Lin Moyu's will. With each slap, Lin Moyu's palm appeared abruptly in front of Dog Rat Ancestor, making escape impossible and beating him senseless. Dog Rat Ancestor's real strength wasn't much above other perfection experts. His terrifying reputation was all due to his poison. But Lin Moyu did not fear poison, making all that strength useless. One slap after another hit Dog Rat Ancestor square in the face, each echoing through the void, unable to block, unable to run, his face swelling grotesquely and his head growing several times its usual size, with all dignity lost. He roared in anger, but his mouth had been battered beyond recognition, so all he could do was scream with his soul. Lin Moyu's answer was another, fiercer slap. Boom! A burst of powerful energy swept through the void, obliterating numerous undead minions, while several Eastern Pole perfection experts were knocked back, gravely injured. One of the Python's controlled perfection experts from the Cold Toad clan, in a frenzied attack, was finally slain, self-destructing and wounding many, both friend and foe. The other two soon met fatal attacks and also self-destructed. Even without fear of death, up against 100 perfection opponents, death was inevitable. The space-time soul Python's eyes gleamed, and it selected new targets. Its mysterious power surged, instantly enslaving three mighty Eastern Pole beasts. They instantly turned and attacked their own allies, with suicidal ferocity. The sudden reversal stunned the Eastern Pole perfection experts. Moments before, these beasts had been comrades, now they fought as enemies. With no time to ponder, the only recourse was to fight back. The trio of perfection beasts went berserk, the Eastern Pole forces rallied, using superior numbers to swiftly suppress them. Boom! 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 3 explosions erupted as each of the newly controlled beasts self-destructed after being cornered, once more blasting the void and sowing chaos. Xiao Peng seized the opportunity, charging straight into the enemy ranks and nearly decapitating the most heavily wounded. The Python kept picking new targets as the battle remained unstable. Now, 3 more Eastern Pole perfection experts suddenly turned traitor and attacked their allies, rapidly taking out another wounded member. 3 then continued their suicidal assaults, causing further havoc. How is this happening again? Why are our own suddenly turning on us? I know now, it's the space-time soul Python, from the Western Pole. It can control us. Nearly all perfection experts had heard of the Python, but few expected it to actually show up. At the mention of its name, panic swept through the void. Eyes grew anxious. Run! Cancel the space-fixing array, break out! Hurry, flee! Faced by the Python, their first instinct was flight. Even if killed, that was at least preferable to becoming a soul puppet and never knowing peace. The present horror was that already, several had turned on their companions. Disabling the space-fixing array took a moment, only a few breaths, but enough to decide life and death for many. Lin Moyu smiled. Even now, how many of you will truly escape? He kept slapping, and then sent out a formation disc, revealing the wings of chaos behind him. Activating the chaos-disrupting array, space itself became turbulent, filled with little glowing sprites that rendered all escape abilities useless. The space-fixing array immobilized the region, suppressing transmission arrays and spatial techniques to trap everyone at Wangdong and immobilize the central domain's forces. But Lin Moyu's method chaos achieved the same, if not greater, effect. By stirring up space itself, he prevented their escape regardless. Array or not, no one could break free. Perfection experts quickly realized the new trap. Space was turbulent, artifacts and techniques failed, every attempt at escape doomed. It's him. He's the one disrupting space. If we kill him, we can escape. They converged on Lin Moyu, fighting through the undead horde, determined to slay him for a chance of survival. Lin Moyu only laughed, bold, but nowhere near enough. He flicked his finger, sending out several drops of heaven and earth mother water. Chapter 4513, Chapter 4513, Trying to Break Out with the Fortress. Chapter 4513, Trying to Break Out with the Fortress. Heaven and Earth Mother Water is the true core of the Pure Land of the Western Extreme. Chaos Divine Water is derived from it. Even though Chaos Divine Water is many times weaker than Heaven and Earth Mother Water, Western Extreme's perfection experts still dare not touch it. Back when Lin Moyu emerged from Chaos Divine Water, it shocked a group of top perfection experts. Now, Lin Moyu used Heaven and Earth Mother Water directly, transforming it into a tsunami, its power vastly superior to Chaos Divine Water. If any perfection expert was caught in it, their physical body and soul would be corroded. If not killed instantly, they would be severely wounded, their cultivation plunging, and never again reaching perfection. Retreat quick, get back! Someone screamed. While they didn't recognize Heaven and Earth Mother Water, their instincts told them how terrifying it was. They retreated rapidly, but a few unlucky ones were hit by the waves. With pitiful screams, their tough bodies instantly corroded, their souls shattered, cultivation plummeting. What is this water? How can it be so terrifying? Such corrosive force, could it be Chaos Divine Water from the Western Pure Land? No, Chaos Divine Water isn't nearly this powerful. This has never been seen before. They were forced back, right into the siege of undead minions. After a wave of tsunamis, Lin Moyu drew the Heaven and Earth Mother Water back, transforming it into a water dragon circling his side. He washed his hands in the water, making Eastern Pole's perfection experts shiver with dread. They simply couldn't fathom where this young man came from or why he was so fearsome. The space-time soul python obviously took orders from him, and the streaking golden light Xiaopeng was so fast, nobody even got a clear look. With that unknown yet hideously deadly water, and those relentless slaps, nothing seemed to stand a chance. The Eastern Pole forces fell into despair. Dog-rat Ancestor, thoroughly battered by Lin Moyu's blows, with his head demolished and no intact flesh left, tried to use domain power. A domain phantom appeared behind him, but Lin Moyu struck it apart as easily as swatting a fly, leaving Dog-rat Ancestor gravely injured. At this point, Dog-rat Ancestor seemed to give up, curling into a ball and feigning submission. A perfection expert, pretending to quit? Lin Moyu didn't believe it after all. They'd survived endless slaughter, their Dao hearts stronger than ordinary cultivators could comprehend. And sure enough, within a dozen seconds, Dog-rat Ancestor burst out in radiant blue light. A blue beam shot through the undead ranks toward Lin Moyu. On the surface it looked like a last-ditch suicide attack, but in truth, it was aimed at the war fortress, his real intent being to escape. At the same moment, Dog-rat Ancestor's shrill voice echoed through the void, "Everyone back to the fortress! Fight your way out with the fortress!" This startled the others awake, and all the Eastern Pole forces surged for the fortress. Lin Moyu waved his hand, sending the Heaven and Earth Mother Water Dragon after the blue beam. Blue poison was quickly corroded, thick fog rising as even Dog-rat Ancestor's venom was clearly overmatched. Trying to break out with your fortress? Wishful thinking. The water dragon surged after the blue beam toward the fortress. The blue slowed it, and many did manage to retreat to the fortress. In less than 10 minutes of battle, a third of the 10,000 Eastern Pole Chaos Great Completion beings had died. They started with 100 perfection experts, now over 10 were dead, plus 3 who'd been controlled, making it double digits. This was just a surprise attack, not even a full war, yet the losses were staggering. Perfection experts were not mere cannon fodder, and to lose more than a dozen was disastrous. Inside the fortress, those who had made it began fighting back. Powerful attacks soared out, destroying droves of undead, as the fortress sped toward Eastern Pole territory, aiming to break out. Undead attempted to stop it, but the fortress attacks only slowed them, not stopping them entirely. The space-time soul python and subordinates also attacked, but the fortress grand formations resisted. Xiaopeng crashed into the fortress again and again, utterly unable to break through its defenses. The fortress had become a turtle shell impossible to crack open immediately. Lin Moyu was unhurried, with the thought. He called the space-time soul python and Xiaopeng over. The heaven and earth mother water followed the blue beam to the fortress, and attacks from within faded into it, vanishing like stones in the sea. The water quickly enveloped the fortress, its external arrays corroded rapidly though strong, able to hold heaven and earth mother water off for a time, they could not last against Lin Moyu's power. Xiaoshu! With a low cry, little tree split heaven and earth, passing through the wards, opening a channel onto the fortress. Lin Moyu himself didn't enter, instead sending in a mass of world-annihilating flame capable of smelting worlds and burning souls, ignoring bodily defenses. Inside, the flame exploded, engulfing the entire fortress. The pain was so fierce that even perfection experts' souls trembled. No matter what defenses they raised, they couldn't dispel the flame, only desperately defend their souls, hoping to lessen the agony. The hellish screams echoed inside, halting the fortress advance. Heaven and earth mother water finally finished corroding the formation and shrouded the fortress in a layered water curtain, imprisoning it in a watery cage. The fortress's construction was impressive. The heaven and earth mother water's corrosion had slowed, not halted. Lin Moyu appraised the materials it could be taken home to help the Silver Light Rabbit clan strengthen their own domain. From inside the fortress, a few Eastern Pole experts attempted to break out. Indeed, one did, but emerged only as a skeleton. The flesh and soul had been entirely corroded by the heaven and earth mother water, only the bones remained, still shining with chaotic power. Lin Moyu spoke softly, "If you have no other means, die here, then." Chapter 4514, Chapter 4514, Done Playing. Chapter 4514, Done Playing. Within mere seconds, the outer layer of the war fortress was heavily corroded, though constructed from strong materials, even they could not resist the power of the heaven and earth mother water. As the formation was damaged, the fortress's defensive strength sharply declined, and its speed of breakthrough slowed steadily. At this rate, the fortress would soon collapse, and those trapped inside would be corroded to death by the heaven and earth mother water. Lin Moyu believed they still had other options. It depended on their choice. Everyone watching in Wangdong was stunned. Especially the perfection elders of the Four Seas sect, who saw the battle most clearly. Though they could not fully comprehend Lin Moyu's methods, they understood how terrifying these methods were. For Lin Moyu alone to have reduced the enemy to such a state was almost unbelievable. The critical point was Lin Moyu barely moved. He simply stood there, waving his hand. His true power remained a mystery. Elder Tianhuo felt even their sect master would find this level hard to reach. A top perfection expert was strong, but facing 100 peers and monsters like Dog Rat Ancestor would cause any headaches. In his view, his own sect master would ultimately win, but at a cost, and if the enemy escaped, his sect master would be stretched too thin to kill them all. Lin Moyu didn't do that, barely moved a muscle, yet they were scattered and defeated. The situation indicated that barring accidents, all these Eastern Pole invaders would fall here. The war fortress fell silent, the formation mostly destroyed, its majesty and power fading quickly. It finally stopped moving through the void. The Eastern Pole forces inside were also quiet, seemingly resigned to their fate. But everyone knew the situation wasn't so simple. Perfection experts cultivated for countless years, each with life-saving tricks and contingency plans. They rarely accepted death passively. Moments later, strange energies began radiating from the fortress. The chaotic space began rapidly stabilizing, beams of light shot out from it, restoring order wherever they touched. The chaotic array's effects were offset, and the war fortress began rotating rapidly, beaming light out in all directions. Then it suddenly vanished and reappeared 1,000,000 miles to the south. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow. They do have other tricks. The fortress contained a space-fixing array that could seal and solidify space. They had removed it to escape, but hadn't expected Lin Moyu to deploy a chaos array, disrupting their retreat. Unable to escape the chaos array, they had to reactivate the space-fixing array. By balancing these two arrays, the fortress stabilized space enough to teleport away. Stabilizing space with two conflicting arrays was difficult, showing there was a powerful array master inside adjusting the balance. As space stabilized, the fortress could teleport, but the stability was incomplete, limiting distance and direction. Lin Moyu calculated the time they had, a few seconds at most before space would be fully stable. He smiled at their escape tactic with slight disdain. Their array master was skilled but couldn't match him. Lin Moyu flicked his fingers, chaotic runes scattered into the void. The chaos array shifted, destabilizing the space again. To stabilize space requires balance between two arrays. Lin Moyu disrupted the chaos array's balance, making space chaotic once more. With space disturbed or solidified, the fortress could not teleport. The fortress's beams altered quickly. Lin Moyu adapted his power to maintain instability. He didn't use the wings of chaos, even withdrawing them, relying only on manipulating the chaos array in a duel between array masters. His unseen opponent deserved corresponding respect, a respect only other array masters understood. Lin Moyu repeatedly adjusted the chaos array. The enemy countered swiftly. Within a minute, the array had been modified once. The 4C's perfection elders were stunned. Elder Tianhuo muttered, "Elder Lin, he's actually an array master." Someone nearby said, "He's no ordinary array master, his rune drawing speed is the fastest I have ever seen." Another retorted, "He doesn't really draw runes, the majority are instantly formed by thought, only a few complex ones require actual drawing." That was correct. Lin Moyu could instantly form most chaotic runes, only the few most complex required drawing, which was nearly instantaneous. With a stronger soul and deeper understanding, Lin Moyu could one day form all runes instantly. Elder Tianhuo admitted limited knowledge. Someone said, "Elder Lin is stronger, he alters arrays in one breath, while the opponent takes 3 breaths, there's a big gap. Right now, Elder Lin is just toying with the opponent, I think he's about finished." Though the enemy was also an array master, not of Lin Moyu's realm and depth, they could see Lin Moyu's supremacy. Soon Lin Moyu sighed, done playing. In an instant, thousands of chaotic runes large as raindrops erupted from him. Runes flew as streams of light into the void, instantly turning the space into chaos. Trillions of miles of void were divided into thousands of zones, each with varying levels of chaotic space disturbance. Under such conditions, the war fortress could not teleport. At best, it might teleport within its own confined space, unable to move beyond it. If it wanted to escape, it had to fly. But undead minions, the space-time soul python, and Xiao Peng would never allow that. Screams rose repeatedly as the world-annihilating flame continued burning. Many chaos great completion inside the fortress could not hold on, their souls turning to ash. Roars echoed from the fortress, "Do you truly wish to be at eternal war with us?" This indicated the enemy had few good options left. Even if they had plans, none were certain. Lin Moyu ignored them and relaunched the attack. Undead minions and the python infiltrated deeper as Heaven and Earth Mother Water bore into the fortress. Those inside realized Lin Moyu's intent, they stopped shouting. A huge presence surged, and a giant appeared in the void. He was none other than the Flame Lord. Chapter 4515, Chapter 4515, Blow it up for fun. Chapter 4515, Exploding to your heart's content. Why did the Phantom of Flame Lord suddenly appear inside the war fortress? Lin Moyu wasn't sure at first, but quickly understood. As the Flame Lord's phantom appeared, a point of fire surfaced far off. The flame quickly expanded, becoming countless firebirds, fire dragons, even volcanoes sweeping in from afar. The speed surpassed that of perfection experts, and the fire illusions paved the way by burning through space itself, destroying it so thoroughly it could not remain chaotic. Flame Lord strode atop the fires, swiftly advancing from the broken void. Those guiding fire illusions streamed into the war fortress, revitalizing it. The fortress hummed, resonating with Flame Lord, forming a path of fire between them. So, the war fortress belongs to you, Lin Moyu realized. The fortress's phantom was a way to summon the Flame Lord. Only he could fully control it, no one else could. With the fortress failing, they had summoned the Flame Lord. Trailing behind him came the light of Pan Sihai, Sect Master of 4 Seas, full of deadly intent in pursuit. Lin Moyu saw both Flame Lord and Pan Sihai bore wounds from their earlier battle, and their souls were equally matched, indicating a stalemate. Then Lin Moyu realized, Flame Lord would try to escape with the fortress, and Pan Sihai would attempt to stop him, but a direct battle here could destroy Wangdong. It seemed likely that Flame Lord would escape with his people before Pan Sihai could stop him. They had fought to this point, how could Lin Moyu let them leave easily? He resolved to make them pay a price. He called to the 4 Seas sect, returned to Wangdong. Wangdong's defensive array could better withstand the fallout than the 4 Seas sect's own ranks. While Lin Moyu gave only a courtesy warning, whether they listened was their own affair. Speaking, he waved a massive palm at the incoming Flame Lord, this time striking with full force, much stronger than his attack on Dog Rat Ancestor. Courting death. Flame Lord roared, unleashing 10,000 streaks of fire like arrows to meet the palm. The palm crushed the fire streaks like tofu, slammed into Flame Lord, and sent him flying back 1,000 miles. Pan Sihai, chasing, shouted, "Don't even think about escaping." Lin Moyu was amused, don't even think about escaping when Flame Lord was clearly trying to flee. Without Lin Moyu's intervention, Pan Sihai would never have caught up. Lin Moyu gave another slap, forcing Flame Lord to parry and giving Pan Sihai an extra tenth of a breath, which was enough for Pan Sihai to catch up and re-engage. Lin Moyu called, "Sect Master, keep him occupied while I finish the fortress." Pan Sihai laughed, "Young friend, go ahead, leave him to me." His blood sea rolled, weaving a cage to trap an area Flame Lord was enclosed within. Flame Lord glanced at Lin Moyu in anger, he knew that without Lin's 2 slaps, Pan Sihai would never have caught him. Lin Moyu ignored him, locking onto the war fortress. On its last legs, Lin Moyu commanded the space-time soul python, "Blow it up." The python ordered its 3 minion puppets to latch onto the fortress and self-destruct. Being hit by perfection experts self-destructing at point-blank range, even a top treasure fortress couldn't withstand it, especially since it had already been corroded and weakened by Heaven and Earth Mother Water. 3 devastating explosions ripped open giant holes, the fortress was critically damaged, nearly destroyed. In the blast, many Eastern Pole beings were killed, but Lin Moyu knew most of the perfection experts survived, yet none dared come out. They knew that with the python's openings, anyone emerging would be turned into a puppet. The python revealed its true form, wrapping the fortress tightly. Its massive body ground against the fortress, which groaned as if about to collapse at any moment. Xiao Peng circled outside, watching hungrily but not entering. He didn't know what lurked inside, and it was not truly safe yet. With the python and Heaven and Earth Mother Water working together, the fortress's destruction was inevitable. Xiao Peng could afford to wait for his chance. The undead rushed into the fortress, causing internal havoc and accelerating its collapse. Through the eyes of undead minions, Lin Moyu saw the fortress's interior, full of separate spaces, many already in ruins, strewn with corpses. All the bodies were drawn out, together with those who'd fallen earlier, thousands of chaos great completions, 5 perfection stage corpses. "Xiao Shu, let's blow it up to our heart's content." Little Tree extended its roots, breaking through space, reaching the fortress interior. Corpse explosion. Lin Moyu chanted softly, pouring his will into the scene until all the corpses exploded to dust. Explosions rocked the fortress, every blast like a perfection expert self-destructing inside. The fortress was rapidly torn apart from within. No matter how many separate spaces existed inside, nothing could withstand the onslaught. Little Tree became Lin Moyu's eyes, guiding attacks to every corner. Corpses kept evaporating, each detonation shattering more of the fortress. Finally, the once mighty fortress collapsed completely. In this war, it had made no effective contribution and now would never serve again. It became nourishment for Lin Moyu's cultivation, disappearing forever. As the fortress collapsed, survivors charged out over 80 perfection experts among them. They didn't want to leave, but had no choice. Fear and wariness shadowed every face. No one knew if the python would target them next. They had to guard themselves and their comrades. As soon as they escaped, they scattered in all directions. The python fixed its gaze on three, immediately enslaving them. The three promptly turned and attacked their fleeing allies. The lucky ones, not chosen, breathed sighs of relief. At least they hadn't been controlled. But their joy was short-lived. Lin Moyu pointed his finger like naming them for death, one after another. Before Lin Moyu, perfection experts' corpses turned to dust. Corpse explosion. Explosions echoed through the void. Those chosen by Lin Moyu were destroyed instantly, both body and soul. Chapter 4516. Chapter 4516, Killing Frenzy. Chapter 4516, Killing Frenzy. Explosions rang without cease. With Lin Moyu's soul strength now so powerful, he could easily lock onto these perfection experts. Anyone he targeted by name had no escape. Within cascading explosions, they were utterly obliterated, both body and soul. Once dead, even their corpses wouldn't be left behind. They were used again by Lin Moyu as material for the next round of blasts. Waging war by using the spoils of war was Lin Moyu's specialty and the enemy's worst nightmare. With murder in his heart, Lin Moyu unleashed every means he had. Today, none would survive. Inside and outside the Wangdong formation, everyone was stunned. Before, Lin Moyu had only used physical blows, slapping dog rat Ancestor into agony. People knew he was strong, but never imagined this level. When he lifted his hand to kill, the nature of the entire battle was transformed. Seemingly invincible perfection experts were as babies before him. When targeted, they'd be wiped out in the next explosion, without exception. No one could comprehend Lin Moyu's methods. Their horror was beyond imagining. With the void thrown into chaos, not even perfection experts could escape racing through space as fast as possible, but even the fastest couldn't outpace Lin Moyu's thought. He pointed again and again, death following each gesture. In less than 2 minutes of soul-shattering detonations, all Eastern Pole perfection experts perished except for the 3 under the space-time soul python's control. None escaped. Even dog rat Ancestor, once a figure of dread and venom, was likewise blown apart. What should have been a flawless ambush ended in total disaster, solely because of Lin Moyu. Meanwhile, the battle continued among the undead minions. The space-time soul python, with its 3 thralls and Xiaopeng, now joined the war, slaughtering the Eastern Pole Chaos Great Completions en masse. Their foes, in utter despair, knew none would survive. Some tried to self-destruct, but the undead army was too vast. A single explosion might take out thousands, but more would instantly revive, none worse for wear. With an enemy like that, hope was impossible. Some undead minions even carried off remains of the ruined fortress, which Lin Moyu promptly swept into his storage. Though ruined, its materials could still be recycled. Lin Moyu had grown thrifty and wasted nothing. Sounds of anger and laughter echoed from afar. Flame Lord, seeing all his perfection allies dead and his treasure seized, was consumed by fury. His glare at Lin Moyu blazing with murderous intent. Pan Sihai, however, only laughed. Good kill. Excellent. These bastards deserved it. Flame Lord, you old undead, it's your turn next. Once I kill you, I'll storm the East Pole and wipe your entire clan from existence. Flame Lord roared, I'll slaughter you first. Boom. Fire detonated, Flame Lord morphed into a fire giant, a sea of flames blasting Pan Sihai back thousands of miles. A giant 1,000,000 miles high filled the void, growing 3 more heads and 6 arms. In that instant, Flame Lord was 4-headed and 8-armed, endless fire converging into flaming treasures in each hand. Pan Sihai rushed back, crying, he's going all out. That's his true form for battle to the death. Be wary, deist friend. Before he could close, Flame Lord's 6 arms swung, all 3 heads turning to fix on Pan Sihai. Weapons flared, transforming to fire dragons that attacked from all directions, their path smashing space to rubble and sealing off Pan Sihai's escape. Blood Sea Banner rise! Pan Sihai roared, yanking up a massive banner from the sea of blood beneath his feet. The blood sea instantly boiled with the screams of countless vengeful souls, rushing to meet the fire dragons. Collisions rocked the world. Some souls consumed dragons, some were vaporized, but the fight raged ever more fiercely. Pan Sihai waved his banner again and again, it growing larger each time, and he himself swelling in size. Soon, he too was a million-mile giant, matching Flame Lord's stature, wielding the blood banner as his weapon, dueling in the skies. Fire dragons swept the world. Trillions of miles around were a sea of flames. Pan Sihai conjured a sea of blood, endlessly colliding with the fire. The blood banner vibrated violently, releasing wave after wave of soul-crushing attacks. The legacy of the Blood Sea and Soul Sea divisions lay in that awe-inspiring banner. Flame Lord fought for his life, Pan Sihai matched him, the battle on a razor's edge, and Pan Sihai seemed, if anything, to have the upper hand. But as Lin Moyu watched, he sensed something was off. He felt Flame Lord's soul was not displaying the abandon of one pushing to the utmost. Boom! With a mighty crash, Flame Lord and Pan Sihai clashed again. Endless flames engulfed Pan Sihai, who grunted and was hurled away. His own domain sparked into being, pouring power to snuff out fire. Flames still roared on the blood banner, burning it through in places, visibly damaging it. But Pan Sihai's eyes shone. He laughed even while retreating, I win after all. Cracks appeared across Flame Lord's form, with a bang, his 4-headed, 8-armed body shattered and fell powerless into the fire sea below. At face value, it looked like Flame Lord had lost, but Lin Moyu frowned. At the edge of the fire sea, a minuscule thread of fire raced into the void, fleeing far away so faint that almost no one noticed, except Lin Moyu. Flame Lord had staged a ruse to escape, explaining Lin Moyu's earlier suspicions. With a thought, Lin Moyu sent word to Xiao Peng, pursue him, don't let him get away. Xiao Peng shot after the fire line at once, and Lin Moyu followed at a measured pace. Pan Sihai, lost in laughter, paused briefly, then realized the trick. He continued to brandish his damaged blood banner, and blood drowned the fire sea. Then his face darkened. He's not dead. He'd been duped by Flame Lord and launched in pursuit as well. The climax of the battle had arrived, the vast majority of Eastern Pole warriors were dead, their corpses adrift in the void, collected by the Undead Legion. Most of these creatures were strange beasts, their bodies harboring valuable materials for cultivating domains, or stashed within storage treasures. Lin Moyu, now greedy for riches, missed nothing. The people in Wangdong finally breathed a sigh of relief. They'd not joined the battle, merely witnessed a grand spectacle. Those below the Chaos Realm had seen the true meaning of strength. This battle forged their hearts and taught them new ambitions. Many, having watched, craved new power and for the first time, saw what their goals could be. Chapter 4517, Chapter 4517, The Ancestor of Heaven and Earth Fire. Chapter 4517, The Ancestor of Heaven and Earth Fire. The Flame Lord escaped quickly. Upon returning to normal space, the fire line wove through dimensions. Yet Xiao Peng was even faster. Despite repeated spatial jumps, the Flame Lord could not shake off Xiao Peng's pursuit. After fleeing tens of trillions of miles, Xiao Peng finally caught up. Repeated attacks from Xiao Peng forced the blood line to halt, the fire line abruptly transforming back into the Flame Lord. At that moment, his aura was weak and fluctuating far less than before. While his battle with Pan Sihai had heavily injured Pan, Flame Lord himself was in critical condition, now possessing less than a third of his usual strength. Xiao Peng, though not a match for the Flame Lord at full power, could battle him equally in his current state. Following Lin Moyu's instructions, Xiao Peng harassed and tangled with the Flame Lord, never risking his life, utilizing speed to keep the foe pinned no matter the means. The Flame Lord couldn't break free. More and more desperate, the Flame Lord understood that this was Central Domain, not East Pole. Attracting other top-tier experts would mean certain death. Get lost! Flame Lord roared, forcing back Xiao Peng again and again, yet each time Xiao Peng returned immediately. No matter what, speed rendered him untouchable. From afar, a powerful aura approached. Lin Moyu soared directly through the void. His formidable soul made his speed almost equal. Very soon, he was near. Spotting Lin Moyu, the Flame Lord's murderous intent spiked. You still dare chase me? He remembered all those he'd brought 10,000 Chaos Great Completions, 100 Perfection Experts, Dog Rat Ancestor all had died at Lin Moyu's hands. Even his hard-won fortress had fallen to Lin Moyu. He could not stem his rage, but reason told him now was not the time to fight Lin Moyu. He needed to escape. Xiao Peng's relentless interference hampered his route, and Lin Moyu was closing in. Fed up, the Flame Lord expanded again, transforming into a four-headed, eight-armed giant, summoning a sea of flames to send countless fire dragons flying at Xiao Peng, forcing him away. But the transformation was no true battle stance, it was an escape technique. A breeze stirred, the Flame Lord, about to depart, hesitated and surprisingly turned to face Lin Moyu. I'll kill you! In his eyes gleamed insanity, all 8 eyes glowing red, glaring at Lin Moyu as if he were a mortal enemy. Rather than flee, the Flame Lord now turned and attacked, waving his arms, driving his treasures so that fire dragons surged from the fire sea straight at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu remained cold-faced, countering with heavy punches, shattering the fire dragons. Around Lin Moyu appeared the corpses of several perfection experts. With a flick of his finger, corpse explosion. Boom! The fire giant exploded instantly, half its body blown away, 8 arms reduced to 4. The Flame Lord screamed in agony. The blast seemed to awaken him. His rage vanished instantly. What happened? I intended to escape. How did my mind suddenly change to fighting Lin Moyu? I shouldn't have. This isn't the time, I can't kill him now. He realized something had twisted his thoughts. Lin Moyu's interference. Terror overwhelmed him, he sensed he might die here. He didn't want to accept that billions of years spent in cultivation, destroyed in a moment. How could it be? Already locked in battle, he poured his energy into a desperate last stand, casting a sea of flames that swept the void. In that instant, he burned with peak power. If I must die today, I'll take you with me. You wish, Lin Moyu replied coldly, pointing again and again. All the corpses he brought instantly disintegrated with more explosions. The Flame Lord was never given a chance to retaliate before his final outburst was even finished. He'd been reduced to a sorry mess. His body shattered, the fire giant vanished, soul flames extinguished in repeated detonations. The void trembled, a mournful cry echoed through the chaos. This was a lament from chaos itself, a sign of heaven marking the death of a top expert. It meant the Flame Lord had touched the pinnacle of the Dao. If he had advanced further, he'd have passed into quasi-supreme realm. Such figures were rare, their deaths resonated with heaven and earth, though that was the extent of the recognition. Pan Sihai, rushing over, abruptly stopped upon hearing the lament, a sound audible only to the mightiest, chilling the soul. Flame Lord has fallen. Pan Sihai whispered, accelerating toward the aftermath. As the Flame Lord died, the fire sea faded away, leaving only a thin fire line in the void. This fire line was no thicker than a finger and less than half a meter long. It was the Flame Lord's essence. Little Tree commented, so it's him. Seeing the fire line, Lin Moyu's previous suspicions were confirmed. Apparently, the Flame Lord was tied to an ancient existence. Chaos Spirit added, that guy is seriously hard to kill. Lin Moyu held the fire line in his palm, asking, so what is it? Little Tree explained, this is heaven fire, known as the ancestor of heaven and earth fire. He once proclaimed that as long as there is fire in the world, he'd not die or be destroyed. Chaos Spirit snorted, full of contempt. Immortal, indestructible, my ass. He died not long after making that claim. Ancestor of heaven and earth fire, was he worthy of the title? He was just a narcissist. It's not like he was the only fire in heaven and earth. How could he claim to be the fire ancestor? In my opinion, the master's two kinds of fire are stronger than his. Lin Moyu possessed two extraordinary flames, undying fire from the undying Dao and the world-annihilating flame. Once he'd asked Little Tree and Chaos Spirit about their origins. The answer was odd. Their era had many mighty flames, but not even they knew every kind. Some flames became sentient, famous across epochs. Some hid quietly, hardly ever seen but rumored occasionally. Undying fire was such little fame, vanish without a trace. World-annihilating flame was even less known, yet its potency was undoubted. To Chaos Spirit, both flames Lin Moyu possessed far outstripped the infamous Heaven Fire. Little Tree recounted that Heaven Fire, once self-proclaimed ancestor of heaven and earth fire, was slain by other powerful beings. Claiming immortality, he didn't truly die after countless years, he recoalesced from heaven and earth and became the Flame Lord. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, the original fire ancestor was long dead. When someone reincarnates with no memory of the past, they're a new being, not the original. Memory defined identity, without it, there was no continuity. Lin Moyu examined the fire in his palm, it seems to contain unique power. Little Tree said, it's a primordial fire from the beginning of the world, one of the original fire seeds, a peak ingredient. If the master absorbs and refines it, he'll never fear flames again. If he blends it into his domain, it can greatly strengthen the foundation. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, for him, the answer was clear. Absorbing and refining is not my path, it's better used as a material. Chapter 4518, Chapter 4518, Lin keeps his word. Chapter 4518, Lin keeps his word. The true body of the ancestor of heaven and earth fire is a flame naturally evolved from heaven and earth, similar in effect to ancient ice and capable of modifying the foundation of a domain. Once a domain evolves to perfection, its power must be compressed, and these kinds of materials can strengthen its base. Such items are far rarer than ordinary materials, this harvest was considerable. A powerful aura approached from afar. Pan Sihai rode over on a sea of blood. Lin Moyu put the true body of the ancestor of heaven and earth fire into his storage space, awaiting Pan Sihai's arrival. Pan Sihai greeted him with a formal bow. Pan Sihai greets my fellow deist. Lin Moyu smiled. No need to be so formal, Sect Master Pan. I am Lin Moyu, just like you, one of the Central Domain God Alliance. Pan Sihai raised an eyebrow. So you're Elder Lin, my apologies for not recognizing you. Lin Moyu was a bit surprised. Sect Master Pan knows me. Pan Sihai replied, of course. You were the one who repaired the cross-domain array from East Pole. Afterward, Chief Mu sent word to us that there's a new Grand Elder in the Alliance, Elder Linear. At the moment, only we old geezers know, but soon the whole Alliance will hear. Lin Moyu grinned. So that's how it is. Pan Sihai said, Elder Lin, so young and already at such a level, it's only a matter of time before you reach an even higher realm. He spared no praise. In his eyes, Lin Moyu's youth was terrifying. With such prowess at this age, who could imagine his future achievements? In all his countless years, Pan Sihai had never seen anyone like him, not any so-called prodigy, monster, or genius. After a few pleasantries, Pan Sihai asked, Elder Lin, did you really kill the Flame Lord? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Sect Master Pan probably sensed the cry of the world. Pan Sihai was puzzled. That guy values life. If he couldn't win, he'd always run. You actually managed to kill him. Realizing his words might be disrespectful, he quickly added, no offense, I'm just curious. We tried to ambush and kill him in 2 previous wars, but every time he escaped once there was danger. He's a slippery one. Lin Moyu laughed. I have a little trick that can temporarily influence someone's thoughts. In truth, when the Flame Lord wanted to run, Lin Moyu used Chaos Spirit's power via the Soul Disorder Pearl to affect his decisions. The Flame Lord's soul was strong, so the effect wasn't absolute. There was no way to override his intent, only to subtly steer his choices. By leveraging the Flame Lord's killing intent toward Lin Moyu, it nudged him to choose battle instead of flight, closing off his only escape route. Such influence is subtle, the Flame Lord never even realized he'd made the wrong decision and lost his last lifeline. Lin Moyu, of course, did not elaborate further, and Pan Sihai did not pry, recognizing the courtesy already shown. Pan Sihai laughed, Elder Lin's techniques are extraordinary. Defeating the Flame Lord is a watershed moment for the central domain. East Pole has lost a major general. If war does come, our advantage will grow, or at least, our pressure lessens. Lin Moyu replied, it was lucky timing. The Flame Lord's doom was set. Sect Master Pan, about what you said before, you plan to exterminate the Flame Lord's entire clan. Did you really mean it? Pan Sihai laughed heartily. I was thinking it, but in practice? Impossible. I don't even know where his clan is, probably only that old guy Jia from East Pole does. He admitted, most of his threats were bravado. Little Tree said, the Flame Lord has no clan, he's the ancestor of heaven and earth fire, born from primordial flame, with no kin. Lin Moyu responded to Little Tree, so he has no kin, otherwise, there might be some fragments, but if not, that's fine. A thought occurred to Lin Moyu, perhaps he should seek out more ancient characters, they might help him compress his domain's power. But Lin Moyu was not a bloodthirsty person. Unless someone was his enemy, he wouldn't kill strangers without reason. He said, earlier, fighting Dograt Ancestor, I vowed to wipe out the entire Dograt clan. I don't break my word. Does Sect Master Pan know where their den is? Pan Sihai shook his head. That clan are hiders, not as elusive as the Flame Lord, but still hard to pin down. To my knowledge, they're disliked even in East Pole, so their base must be in some remote corner. But since you made that vow, if we invade East Pole next time, I'll help look. But don't count on much. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you then, Sect Master Pan. Chatting, they returned to Wangdong. With battle ended, the formation faded and everyone dispersed. Soon, the city was bustling again. 10,000 Chaos Great Completion corpses were taken by Lin Moyu, stored away for later. He ignited a sea of fire inside his storage, throwing the corpses in to be refined, useful material separated from dross. He also collected all their storage treasures, over 3,000 now ownerless and theirs for the taking. Little Tree and Chaos Spirit were tasked to open them one by one and retrieve useful items. Thousands of Great Completion storage artifacts, surely an ample haul. The Silver Light Rabbit clan has a unique advantage. No matter the grade or quality, all materials can be put to use. With Pan Sihai lifting the teleport controls, Lin Moyu could travel to the North Pole. The teleport wasn't blocked any longer. Ironically, Pan Sihai's insistence on holding the teleport earlier spared Wangdong in the end. Pan Sihai walked Lin Moyu to the array personally. Everything here will be reported exactly to the Alliance, you'll surely be rewarded. Lin Moyu replied, it wasn't all me. Had you not gravely wounded the Flame Lord, I'd never have managed so easily. Pan Sihai laughed, you're too modest. Safe travels to North Pole, Elder Lin. Lin Moyu saluted. Thank you. The teleport array glowed and Lin Moyu vanished. The disaster looming over Wangdong was lifted. By Lin Moyu's unexpected intervention, the Doombringers themselves faced catastrophe. Fate's changes are so unpredictable, who can foresee what's to come? Qing Yu clutched her medicine tightly, knowing its value. 2 days later, breakthrough auras filled Wangdong, chaos power tumbling down. It seemed new Dao Lords had been born. Chapter 4519, Chapter 4519, Arrival at the North Pole. Chapter 4519, Arrival at the North Pole. A pale white layer covered the void compared to other places. The chaos in the northern domain was brighter and colder. Here, the chaotic energy sometimes mingled with snow and ice, a scenery unique to the northern domain. As the city neared the North Pole, this phenomenon grew stronger. The cold of the chaotic North Pole affected this area so much that even the wasteland couldn't block all the chill. It's said that the North Pole holds a supreme treasure, endlessly radiating cold, not only blanketing the North Pole itself, but leaking through wastelands to influence parts of the central domain. Some believe the wasteland wasn't always here. Maybe the northern domain's current location once belonged to the North Pole, making the cold perfectly natural. Many accept either theory. Lin Moyu thinks both might be true. If the North Pole does contain such a treasure, it must be held by the North Pole's supreme. Lin Moyu arrived in the northern domain and saw many people from the upper domain. Though also human, they had obvious differences from the central domain. All had jet black hair without impurity, making it exceptionally striking. Their black hair was unlike that of central domain humans, one could tell at a glance. The rumor is that because their power is so pure, their hair turned jet black. Since upper domain people settled the northern domain, the Central Alliance as agreed handed over partial authority for the northern domain and the city of Linbei. Aside from a few necessary personnel, most central domain people had left. Now the upper domain managed the northern domain. Such changes had happened many times, so local elders found it normal, some even grateful, as the upper domain helped defend the territory, easing pressure and saving lives. Lin Moyu had just left the teleportation array when someone waiting outside greeted him. "Elder Lin, I'm Che Yi. I've been waiting here to take you to Linbei City." Che Yi had received orders from mutians and waited for days. Lin Moyu said, "Dea is Che, apologies for the delay at Wangdong." Che Yi answered, "What happened at Wangdong has spread through the alliance. Your strength is truly impressive, Elder Lin. To slay 10,000 Eastern Pole elites and 100 perfection experts alone is a miracle." No wonder he was so respectful. Che Yi was a perfection expert, and ranking aside, Mutian's message alone would justify his deference. This world respects strength. Show enough power, even mere courtesy becomes real, and nobody dares offend even if it's just on the surface. Lin Moyu smiled. "That's too much praise, Dea is Che. Let's head out." Che Yi said, "The warship is ready, please come with me, Elder Linear." He explained the situation. Because the North Pole could act at any time, the Upper Alliance now managed the northern domain, and North City was closed off. Travel from the northern domain to Linbei City required the Central Alliance's special warship. Mutians posted Che Yi here specifically to guide Lin Moyu. On the way, upper domain cultivators watched with guarded eyes, their tension palpable. Lin Moyu found it strange, why so tense when there was no war yet? Their gaze seemed hostile, like seeing an enemy. Che Yi didn't explain until they boarded the warship and left the northern domain. "Don't mind them, Elder Lin. The Upper Alliance people have taken over here, our Central Alliance status means little." Lin Moyu said, "I've met a few Upper Alliance people before, they weren't so standoffish." Che Yi said, "Upper Alliance folks split in two, some are unfailingly friendly, while others like those you saw are cold and rigid, treating even their own like outsiders and sticking strictly to rules. If not for this warship, not even your rank would get us through to Linbei." Lin Moyu laughed quietly. Perhaps the Upper Alliance's purity made their mindset so inflexible. Pure power shaped their Dao heart, making them approach everything in a simple, uncompromising way. Che Yi added, "Still, it helps do things by the rules and there's no trouble." Lin Moyu recalled, "Didn't someone from the North Pole infiltrate the northern domain once and nearly destroy it?" Che Yi replied, "Indeed. The North Pole has its own humans, who snuck in and stole a warship. The North Alliance recognizes ships, not people, so the infiltrators caught them off guard. Afterward, they tightened the rules to recognize both ship and crew. Lin Moyu shook his head. The Upper Alliance truly was peculiar. Local ways breed local temperaments, after all. The warship was fast, leaping through the void and quickly reaching Linbei City. Linbei was also inside a cross-domain array, suffused with chaotic energy that dropped the temperature drastically. Every corner was blanketed with a frosty white. There was no actual snowfall, just a snowy sheen, making Linbei look like a piece of fine white jade from a distance. As the warship slowed, Lin Moyu saw the encircling cross-domain formation. The principal array was immensely strong, able to defend and retaliate. Even a supreme like Pan Sihai couldn't damage its core array. Many attributed that strength to the array designs. Only Lin Moyu knew the true power lay in the Supreme Calamity's handiwork. The formation core set by the Supreme Calamity was what made it formidable. Subsidiary arrays were weaker, which is why the Eastern Pole sub-arrays were broken so easily. Yet even those contained Calamity's cores, which meant they could be repaired. Lin Moyu was now familiar with cross-domain arrays. The formation here was like those elsewhere. Soon, when he teleported to the North Pole, he would be able to refine the sub-array and, from there, gradually refine the main array. Nobody would notice. Afterward, as long as he didn't do anything unusual, the array would function as always. After docking, Che Yi handled communication with the Upper Alliance. Lin Moyu's identity was checked again and again. After a thorough inspection, he was finally allowed to use the array. Just as Che Yi had promised, the Upper Alliance people were reasonable as long as rules were followed. The formation activated. Lin Moyu used icy energy from Linbei to teleport to the North Pole. Passing through the wasteland, the distorted images in transmission let Lin Moyu glimpse its shifting landscape. Even the wasteland was affected by the North Pole. Colors during transmission turned monochrome, mostly white. The temperature kept dropping. Approaching the North Pole, the coldness permeated countless spatial layers. At last, the transmission ended, and Lin Moyu appeared in the void. Icy energy gathered in his palms to form an array disk. With it, he could return to the sub-array any time. Just as he prepared to leave, Lin Moyu sensed a strange wave of cold. Looking up, he saw an ice mountain crashing down from above. Chapter 4520, Chapter 4520, Where did you go? Chapter 4520, Where did you go? Lin Moyu was surprised to be attacked immediately upon arriving at the North Pole. The ice mountain crashing down had considerable power. Without time to think, he threw a punch to meet it head-on. The ice mountain shattered, but Lin Moyu was also blasted 10,000 miles away. As fragments of ice flew, someone rushed out from behind the mountain, holding a shining ice mountain-shaped treasure. Within the void, tens of thousands of ice mountains appeared at once, crashing in from every direction. The ice mountains followed one after another, giving Lin Moyu no space to dodge. He could feel himself being locked in. There was no way to escape. He vaguely saw a great Dao. His mysterious attacker stood atop the Dao itself. A top perfection expert. Lin Moyu's eyes turned cold. The opponent was a top-level perfection cultivator, their power no less than the Flame Lord at his peak, just a step from Quasi-Supreme. Such experts are rare even in the North Pole, only a few exist. Why was he ambushed as soon as he arrived? It was hardly a coincidence. Most likely, the attacker had been waiting specifically for him. Punch after punch crushed the ice mountains, but every time he was blasted further away from the teleportation array. The attacker was clearly trying to force him out of that territory. Master, something's wrong with space, Little Tree cried suddenly. Someone tampered with it. You're in a semi-transmission state. Lin Moyu sensed something off with space, but not as keenly as Little Tree. By modifying space, the enemy forced him into a state where he seemed to be blasted hundreds of thousands of miles, but actually, he could no longer tell how far he'd gone. In the endless void, returning to the sub-array would be very difficult. Lin Moyu realized he had been specifically targeted. The intent wasn't to kill, but to drive him out so he couldn't refine the cross-domain array. Why? He considered one possibility: the attacker was an enemy of Supreme Calamity. Supreme Calamity once said, "Not everyone supports their endeavors." There were fellow travelers, bystanders, and opponents. Lin Moyu suspected the attacker was an opponent. But for a top-level perfection expert to know about Supreme Calamity's plans, they must be quasi-supreme or a supreme themselves. Looking more carefully, Lin Moyu saw something strange. Though this looked like a top perfection expert, his eyes were lifeless. He had a soul, but not the soul of a true living being. Moreover, the essence of his soul was even stronger than a perfection expert's. This is a clone either of a quasi-supreme or a supreme. Lin Moyu deduced it was the avatar of one of the North Pole's quasi-supremes or the only supreme. There were 2 quasi-supremes and 1 supreme in the North Pole, all possible candidates. Regardless, they didn't actually plan to kill him, just prevent him from refining the array, disrupting Supreme Calamity's plans. Since his enemy wasn't trying to kill him, Lin Moyu could fight back. An avatar was manageable. As long as he returned to the area by the sub-array, he'd be fine. Fight back! At this thought, Little Tree suddenly shouted, "Master, careful!" All the ice mountains suddenly stopped, their thousands of forms frozen in the void, forming a giant array. Activating, the array conjured a monstrous ice mountain, far greater than an entire domain. Lin Moyu had never seen such a mountain compared to the million-mile peaks of the domain. It was as dust to a planet. Just the impact from this ice mountain could shatter a domain. Boom! As it took shape, it suddenly shattered, breaking up both itself and the surrounding space. Countless channels appeared in the void, whirlpools emerged. Behind them lay the ancient wilderness, where Lin Moyu had been before. The attacker shattered all space, intent on sending Lin Moyu to the ancient wilderness, forcing him out of the North Pole. The whirlpool's suction was immense, like invisible hands grabbing hold of Lin Moyu. Had no external force been involved, Lin Moyu could have resisted. But now, targeted by an expert, fresh ice mountains blocked all exit routes. Lin Moyu tried using corpse explosion, but the ice mountains affected space and soul power, making it impossible to lock on. Under these conditions, it seemed he could only enter the whirlpool and head for the ancient wilderness. That was the enemy's plan, not his. Little Tree! Lin Moyu called out, pulling out the ferry vessel and diving in head first. Here it comes! Little Tree warned, roots shooting out, breaking time and space to forge a passage. No matter what lay at the end, the ferry vessel shot through. Lin Moyu disappeared. In the next moment, the ice mountains vanished. The top-level perfection expert gazed at the spot where Lin Moyu vanished, eyes narrowing at the rapidly fading space channel. So troublesome. He sent his thoughts afar, then turned and left. Deep in the North Pole, 2 figures were playing chess. The chessboard, spanning the void, held over 1,000 lines, bigger than Mutian's 999-line board. The 2 were stronger than Mutian's. One wore a deep blue robe, his hair blue, the other was bare-chested, flaming red hair. Both radiated cold energy. The blue-haired figure studied the board, saying coldly, "That piece escaped." The red-haired man was startled. "Wasn't your goal to drive him away? His escape suits you." Blue Hair shook his head. Driving him away meant removing him from the North Pole, not seeing him vanish to an unknown place. "Oh?" Red Hair asked, surprised. "Not even you know where he went?" Blue Hair shook his head. "He may have left, he may not, hard to say." Red Hair laughed. "To escape from you, that's a feat. Why not just kill him?" Blue Hair answered, "If you killed his piece, we'd both die." Red Hair was skeptical. "How's that possible?" Blue Hair shook his head. "You can't understand how terrifying he is. Only those who've fought him do. For example, the Sword Supreme who just returned. If she gave her all, she could kill you and injure me." Red Hair said, "I rose late and never crossed her path, but our realms are similar, the gap can't be that huge." Blue Hair replied, "The gap is immense. I oppose his plans because I fear death. I can't kill his chess piece, see? Red Hair said, so it's best to trap, not kill. Blue Hair still shook his head, not even trapping, only fend off. Dropping a piece onto the board, he muttered, where did you go? Chapter 4521, Chapter 4521, Defying Common Sense. Chapter 4521, Defying Common Sense. Somewhere in the North Pole, chaos mixed with a biting wind blew, cold enough to freeze even a Dao Lord to death. This stretch of void was sparsely populated, when a sudden space-time tunnel appeared and the ferry vessel darted out. Lin Moyu emerged from the ferry vessel, now wrapped in a peculiar aura that completely masked his presence. This aura, almost indistinguishable from the natural North Pole, meant even regional powerhouses would recognize him as a native. The aura came from the causal seeking ring. Lin Moyu had activated it in the space-time tunnel to cultivate a causal fruit and conceal his presence. He suspected his earlier attacker had been a quasi-supreme or supreme, and no matter which, in the North Pole it would be hard to avoid pursuit without altering his aura. Other means were unreliable. The causal seeking ring was the safest. He immediately grew a fruit, and emerged from the tunnel with his aura completely altered. Not only was his aura different, even his appearance had changed. He hid his human face, elongating his ears and covering his skin with faint scales, giving him beastly features akin to local North Pole creatures. These changes made him blend in more easily. Scanning his surroundings, he found only desolation. He picked a direction and began flying, while Little Tree scouted ahead for orientation. The coldest region of the North Pole is always at the very center. Moving outward, temperatures gradually rise. By sensing these thermal differences, he could estimate his distance from the center, and then by shifting directions and measuring changes, pinpoint his location more precisely. After investigation, Lin Moyu determined he was in the southeast of the North Pole relative to the center and closest to the East Pole and Central Domain. Mapping the major formations set by Supreme Calamity in the North Pole confirmed his exact spot. His next step merited thought. The enemy knows I plan to refine the formation, stationed an avatar within the domain formation, so there must be a guard, likely another avatar near the Supreme Calamity's formation in the North Pole's depths. They're clearly unwilling to kill me, afraid of Supreme Calamity and company, but they also won't allow me to refine the formation. To break through their blockade, I have only two choices, brute force or stealth. But if he could think of both, the opponent would have prepared for both, so neither would be easy and he had no better options. The formation Supreme Calamity left was close to the pole's center. Lin Moyu decided to check it out personally. He'd been caught off guard earlier, now it was his turn to hunt from the shadows, determined and sure he'd prevail. Such was his Dao heart. With a flash of golden light, Xiao Peng appeared. Lin Moyu rode Xiao Peng, transforming into a golden streak racing toward the pole's center. Xiao Peng's speed rivaled teleportation. In moments, they crossed hundreds of millions of miles. Along their path, North Pole's chaos receded in the mind's eye, and Lin Moyu sensed the local Great Dao's icy auras pouring into him. Before long they reached a Buddhist pass array. Around the teleportation array, no one was present. It floated lonely in space. Lin Moyu had Xiao Peng approach, stopping before the array to examine it. Its structure was simple, with only one function: send those inside the array outward. It was one way only, to a fixed destination. Interesting. Moving on, Xiao Peng soon found another teleportation array again, one way with fixed destination. Along the journey, they passed several such identical arrays. Lin Moyu realized they connected to form a one-way path. In the North Pole, to reach anywhere other than by flying, you were forced to follow this single route sequence of arrays. You might have to detour on a loop path, but there was no other way. Whoever set up these teleporters, Lin Moyu thought, was quite lazy. But the North Pole residents seemed unconcerned, never seeking change. There were clear divides between the poles. The North wasn't as developed as the West not as developed as Central, but all were better than the East, where there weren't even teleporters and everyone had to fly except some space-gifted races, leaving most below great completion unable to venture far. If one wanted to, one could pay with chaos gold to have a space-gifted race carry them. Perhaps this was a local travel custom amusing in its own way. After many teleportations, with Xiao Peng flying for over 10 days, they neared the pole's center. In sight was a gigantic snowflake, as vast as a continent, covered in countless structures. These buildings were rugged, pure white, looking like ice sculptures very much in keeping with the North Pole's flavor. From a distance, Lin Moyu perceived countless soul flames on the snowflake. It seems to be a city, a settlement for a race. Unlike the central domain, the North Pole lacked cities, instead they had tribe lands, communal living places called ethnic settlements. Because of efforts by the North Pole's supreme, polar creatures were unusually united, any tribe land could be inhabited by outsiders, so over time, these lands became multi-ethnic communities. In any settlement, one might find many different species coexisting in harmony. Lin Moyu found this novel even incredible. Let's go check it out. Acting on a spontaneous notion, he headed straight for the snowflake, trusting that at this realm, all impulses were meaningful. Arriving within 1,000,000 miles, he put Xiao Peng away and went on alone. Wrapped in the causal-seeking ring's aura, he truly looked like a native. No one questioned him at the border. Travelers were not uncommon, so he drew no suspicion. Inside the snowflake, wind and snow whipped while huge beasts, large and small, lounged in the open, basking in the weather. Others sheltered in houses of all kinds, castles, caves, or simply holes dug in the ground. Various ethnicities lived together with no sign of strife. Lin Moyu even observed young ones from different races playing together. This seems contrary to common sense, he muttered as he gazed into the distance and, spotting something odd, slowly furrowed his brow. What is that? Chapter 4522, Chapter 4522, The Quiet Spirit Pearl and Illusory Spirit Pearl. Chapter 4522, The Quiet Spirit Pearl and Illusory Spirit Pearl. Snowflakes drifted in the air. Lin Moyu discovered that a few particular flakes among them were special. Amidst the swirling storm, these snowflakes appeared no different from others, but they never fell nor drifted away. Instead, they spun in a set region. Their concealment was impressive. If not scrutinized closely, their presence would go completely unnoticed. Normally, someone might eventually notice, but these flakes constantly emitted a strange aura that compelled observers to overlook them. Had his soul not been so sharp, Lin Moyu might never have noticed either. He asked, "See those snowflakes?" Little Tree shook its head. "Which ones do you mean, Master?" Chaos Spirit was puzzled. "Aren't all snowflakes the same?" They couldn't detect any difference. Their souls were keen, but not as keen as Lin Moyu's. Focusing on those snowflakes, Lin Moyu directed Little Tree and Chaos Spirit's attention so they could finally spot them. Even then, it took effort before they recognized the peculiar flakes. Chaos Spirit whispered, "These really are different. I can't recall seeing them before, yet they seem strangely familiar." Little Tree agreed. "I feel the same, likely their original appearance was altered. They must have looked different before." That two beings from ancient eras both sensed familiarity meant these snowflakes were connected to an ancient being from their time. Lin Moyu grew excited. If these were remnants of a being from that era, it could mean another top-tier material to enhance his domain foundation. To him, the snowflakes seemed to glow with a light only he could see. Their unique aura spread through the storm like invisible smoke, permeating the entire continent. Lin Moyu slowly hovered closer, moving so gradually that none noticed anything unusual. He looked for all the world like a traveler admiring the snow. Arriving in front of the special flakes, he reached out. They settled in his palm as if weightless, not cold but subtly warm to the touch. Clearly, these were no ordinary snowflakes. Lin Moyu had no doubt. Exerting a thought, he infused soul power into the flakes, soul fire refining them. The flakes morphed as he refined them, transforming into a clear bead the size of a fingernail. Then, with a faint snap, the bead shattered into dust and vanished. At the same time, the storm stopped and Lin Moyu's face changed. A wisp of intent touched him at the moment the bead broke, incredibly faint, but he grasped it. Its owner was the same as the one who hurled the ice mountains at him. Crap! I've been found! Without hesitation, Lin Moyu stepped out beyond the snow continent. Xiao Peng sprang forth, shifting him into a streak of golden light. From the bead's break to his departure took less than half a second. As he escaped, Lin Moyu instantly took out the causal seeking ring. Fruit without a cause change my aura, let no one follow me. A backlash swept through him, cracks scarred his body and soul, but neither broke nor perished. Given the current strength of his flesh and soul, unless his causal manipulation was utterly outrageous, he could resist the price. It worked. The force of causality descended, transforming his aura again, totally different from before. As Lin Moyu fled into the distance, a commotion broke out on the snow continent. The continent was vast, and there were many such special snowflakes. Lin Moyu had only taken a few. The area those flakes influenced was just a small part of the whole. Now, in this one section, the wind and snow stopped. All the creatures that had been resting there awoke. They all turned, spotting the outsider. The once gentle gazes became ferocious, filled with killing intent. Roars erupted, giant beasts began attacking. Chaos broke out instantly, the area plunged into battle, the weak killed on the spot. Elsewhere on the continent, where the snow continued, there was no fighting. Creatures who awoke just glanced around and went back to sleep. So a strange scene appeared. One patch of the continent was racked with savage combat, the rest lounged about lazily, indifferent. Suddenly, a rift opened in the void. A blue-robed, blue-haired North Pole Supreme descended. Frowning faintly, he tossed a bead, which dissolved into snow and fell. Snow resumed, the fighting halted abruptly. A moment ago, beasts were slaughtering each other, the next, they were back to being close brothers. The Supreme gazed toward the void. He clearly had not found Lin Moyu, and said in a low voice, "So you're still in the North Pole, always looking for trouble? Take care not to get involved in my affairs. If you do, no matter how dangerous it is, I'll have to send you away." His voice faded as he stepped out and vanished. Gold light coursed on after flying billions of miles. Lin Moyu finally relaxed. He was certain now, the being behind the ice mountain and the one whose intent was in the bead was a Supreme. There was only one Supreme in the North Pole, it must be him making the move. Lin Moyu knew full confrontation was futile. He would never break through that blockade, and would be killed if the Supreme tried. But he could not give up on refining the Calamity Supreme's formation. He just needed another plan, which was already forming in his mind. At that moment, Little Tree spoke quietly, "Now I know what that is." Chaos Spirit added, "Me too, it's the Quiet Spirit Pearl." Little Tree, not just the Quiet Spirit Pearl, but also the Illusory Spirit Pearl. Lin Moyu asked, "What are the Quiet and Illusory Spirit Pearls?" Little Tree explained, "Back then, heaven and earth bore several Spirit Pearls at once. Besides the Disorder Spirit Pearl, there were others: Quiet Spirit, Illusory Spirit, and so on. The last two never developed spirit of their own. Before they did, they were taken by others and, if anything remained, their will was erased." Chaos Spirit said, "I remember, they weren't seized by the same person, but now, both are in the hands of one being." Between the two of them, they covered the pearl's functions, and Lin Moyu finally understood. A chill crept over him. The North Pole Supreme was far more complicated than he'd thought. He even sensed that the Supreme harbored secret motives behind these actions. Chapter 4523, Chapter 4523, Sacrificing the North Pole? Chapter 4523, Sacrificing the North Pole? The Quiet Spirit Pearl has the effect of pacifying souls, placing them into a special state of tranquility. In that state, there will be no hate, all that is seen and experienced appears wonderful. But that's only its superficial use. The true function of the quiet spirit pearl is to influence others. With enough exposure, a soul can be entranced by this beautiful state. Ultimately, the one controlling the quiet spirit pearl can manipulate that beauty and direct souls to do their bidding. For example, the controller could persuade affected beings that cultivation is wonderful, and those influenced would practice with total focus and no distracting thoughts, advancing rapidly. The controller could also encourage unity, cooperation, and mutual love whether for one's own kind, outsiders, or even enemies. The quiet spirit pearl does have a side effect. When its effect abruptly ends, the suppressed emotions surge back with greater intensity. If the space-time soul python's control is an overpowering suppression, the quiet spirit pearls is a subtle, pervasive influence. Used well, it's divine and can accelerate cultivation dramatically. Used poorly, it becomes a horrific artifact of mind and soul manipulation. A single quiet spirit pearl's influence is limited, but with the illusory spirit pearl as well, everything changes. The illusory spirit pearl can create avatars. These avatars are not mere illusions, but facsimiles of real things. The avatars can exist forever, as long as they're not destroyed. Each avatar can have about 30 to 40% of the original's power. Most crucially, the owner can create endless avatars if their cultivation is high enough. These avatars can transform endlessly, but their effects remain constant regardless of appearance. Either pearl alone is powerful, together, they are heaven-defying. Now, both are in the North Pole Supreme's hands, and with his cultivation, he could make countless pearls and use the quiet spirit pearl's influence to bind all the beings of the North Pole, making them united and obedient. It finally makes sense why everyone here is so cooperative. Logically, this isn't natural, it's contrary to the rules of heaven and earth, so there had to be a reason, and this is it. The North Pole Supreme is controlling nearly every being here with the spirit pearls. But why? There must be a deeper reason. Lin Moyu realized there was much more he didn't know about the Supreme's ultimate motives. Furthermore, there were two quasi-supremes in the North Pole besides the Supreme. The quiet spirit pearl might not affect those with strong Dao hearts and souls. Such profound beings would surely notice something was amiss. If no word leaked out, perhaps the quasi-supremes and top-level perfection experts were all involved. Though the North Pole Supreme stands alone at the top, that doesn't mean no one else has a voice. Even if they can't openly oppose him, they could spread rumors. If the other Supremes of the realms learned of this, even the North Pole Supreme would have trouble. That the secret was so well kept meant the stakes were immense. Chaos Spirit lowly muttered, "I think I remember something. Maybe the Supreme wants to do that." Lin Moyu, don't talk in riddles. If you know, spit it out. Chaos Spirit, back in the day, I heard a rumor that the ancient cold beasts always wanted to reach a certain place. Besides the ice crystal key, there's another way. Use the blood and souls of countless beings as a sacrifice. Little Tree interrupted, I heard the same. Offer up flesh and soul as tribute, and maybe the place can be opened. Lin Moyu frowned, so you're saying the North Pole Supreme plans to sacrifice the blood and soul of all northern beings, the whole North Pole? Little Tree shook its head, the sacrifice demands a huge amount of flesh and spirit. Most likely, the whole North Pole wouldn't be enough. Chaos Spirit added, not just lots, but top quality too. Back in our era, even when many top beings died in battle, their blood and souls were barely enough, certainly more than 10 North Poles worth. In my opinion, double the North Pole would still not suffice. In their wars, the beings who died were unimaginably mighty, any one of them could match the power of an entire race. Endless low-level beings, no matter their numbers, can't compare to one true powerhouse. So if this method works, the sheer numbers needed would be astronomical. Even sacrificing the entire North Pole might be too little. If what you two say is true, then the Supreme's ambitions are vast indeed. Just as this great war erupts, they collect blood and soul. Maybe this is why the North will strike at the Central, to reap casualties and harvest more. I really do wonder what's hidden in that place, to make so many risk everything. Lin Moyu knew it must be extraordinary. The ancient cold beasts longed for it, powerful factions all sought it, perhaps even Dao itself tried to reach it. But so far, no one had succeeded. Chaos Spirit said, I heard that anyone who gets near the entrance will do anything for a way in. I never tried myself, but what I heard rings true. Many went insane at the time. Little Tree said, there's a legend in the chaos, this place hides the ancient origin of the desolate chaos. Chaos Spirit snickered, crazy legends are everywhere like that flower everyone killed each other over. Some said it grew from the deepest ancient wilderness, others that it came from this very North Pole. Most believe the flower came from the deeps of the ancient wilderness. But some think the mysterious place links straight to that deepest part. Only by passing through there can one truly reach the core. All other paths end in death. Speculation and stories abounded. No one knew the full truth. Ultimately, that place in the North Pole and the core of the ancient wilderness were the two most mysterious spots in all desolate chaos. If one could uncover their secrets, perhaps it'd be possible to finally unite all of desolate chaos. Dao itself was above the chaos yet still not united, still stopped short. Sadly, after the Great War, all the ancient powerhouses died out, nobody was left to probe these secrets, and even Dao seems clueless, hidden and inactive. Lin Moyu mused, given the barriers guarding the formation now, it seems I'll have to investigate there first. Little Tree, let's look together. He decided to spend some time searching carefully in the North Pole. Little Tree and Chaos Spirit both fully supported him. They too burned with curiosity for that place. Chapter 4524, Chapter 4524, Danger. Chapter 4524, Danger. Although the North Pole is vast, Lin Moyu was not without direction. By comparing Little Tree's and Chaos Spirit's memories with the present geography, they could roughly deduce the ancient location's position within the current North Pole. After extensive calculation and verification, the spot lay not far from the North Pole's center, about 10 trillion miles north of the center. The center itself is the coldest place in the North Pole, with a radius of countless trillions of miles, far too frigid for even native creatures to easily approach. This central point constantly emits icy cold with the power of the Great Dao, forming a sacred cultivation ground for many perfection stage experts. The closer to the center, the more perfection experts gather. It is said that more than 90% of all perfection experts in the North Pole reside around this center, along with an elite group of powerful great completion cultivators. Lin Moyu, however, did not fear the cold. His physical and soul strength made even the lowest temperatures seem like a gentle breeze. If he couldn't withstand the environment, few across the entire desolate chaos could. Once the location was fixed, Xiao Peng sped Lin Moyu toward their target. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu sensed that Supreme Calamity had set his grand formation precisely at the North Pole's center. He now understood Supreme Calamity's intent. Each of these formations was placed to attract and absorb high-level power from the chaos. The North Pole formation was designed to absorb the energy radiating from its center. Supreme Calamity would collect, refine, and compress these forces, ultimately turning them into a terrifying attack. This was part of the contest between Supreme Calamity and Dao, and represented Supreme Calamity's deadliest counterattack. Dao is strong, but Supreme Calamity's methods are formidable in their own right. The North Pole is immense, even at Xiao Peng's speed, it took nearly 100 days to reach the central zone. Starting from relatively nearby, a lesser completion expert would need 10,000 years to cross it and would probably perish along the way. Dangers in chaos exist, though Lin Moyu simply ignored them. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, as if passing through a membrane, and ice flowers appeared in the void. The chaotic energy had frozen into beautiful blossoms swirling in midair. Such temperature extremes altered the very shape of the chaos. This phenomenon signaled their entry into the North Pole's true center. Here, the chaos turned solid, and neither lesser nor greater completion cultivators could practice. It was reserved for perfection experts. Further in, lesser completion experts would simply freeze to death. At the absolute center, even the Great Dao itself would freeze. Perfection experts might not survive here. The central area lacked formal boundaries, but its primal forces drew clear distinctions between the strong and the weak. Lin Moyu picked up an ice flower and felt the flow of chaotic energy within. The energy was only superficially frozen, but approaching the core, even the chaotic energy within flowers grew more and more frozen, until finally nothing moved at all. He knew he'd reached a zone that ordinary great completion cultivators could not survive. It was reserved for only a handful of prodigiously gifted great completion cultivators and the perfection stage beings. Still, Lin Moyu felt only slight chill, almost pleasantly cool. His body was so robust that external changes barely mattered. He was now an anomaly, a great completion cultivator blithely rampaging through this deadly zone. Along the way, he met several perfection experts who eyed him curiously but did not intervene. Here, Lin Moyu noticed some unique ice flowers mirages created by the quiet spirit pearl. Their strange waves affected quite a few perfection experts. That even a perfection stage Dao heart could not withstand the quiet spirit pearl showed its terrifying effect. As Little Tree described, the pearl's true terror is in its subtle, gradual influence. North Pole creatures, already naturally calm and passive, were even more quiet under its sway. As penetration deepened, the Supreme could slowly alter their thinking. This gentle shift was like chronic hypnosis. The changes were so smooth the affected did not sense anything unnatural. If pushed further, the Supreme could manipulate their minds. How far this process had advanced, Lin Moyu didn't know, but suspected the effects ran deep. The Supreme had clearly possessed the pearls for ages. The groundwork was certainly ready. He'd strike when he chose. Given the scale and timing of the realm-wide war, this was a rare opportunity to collect enough flesh and soul for the final sacrifice. Guided by Little Tree and Chaos Spirit, Xiao Peng searched the indicated area. That place is unusual. It's not in surface space, but there'll be a channel leading to it. The space there is stable but not extensive. Once inside, you'll sense it. The ice flowers there may be colder than elsewhere just a bit, but enough to notice with care. They gave Xiao Peng every requirement, and he searched carefully. It couldn't be found by eye or soul power, only by sensing changes in chaos space and natural forces. Everyone joined the search, and after dozens of days, something finally appeared. A region less than 100 meters across had tighter, more stable space than its surroundings. Each area of chaos differs, but this spot was special. Ice flowers drifted through it, and, as predicted, became even colder and moved more slowly here, affected by invisible forces stabilizing the space. Xiao Peng shrank down and approached the area. At its heart, Lin Moyu saw an ice flower, an illusion formed by the quiet spirit pearl. It radiated strange fluctuations, warning all to keep away, so no one else was there. Lin Moyu removed the special ice flower to reveal a fingernail-sized channel in space. Little Tree said, "Finally found it, just touch it and you'll enter." Just as Lin Moyu prepared to touch it, he suddenly stopped, a warning of danger echoing from deep within his soul. Chapter 4525, Chapter 4525, Ambush. Chapter 4525, Ambush. The warning from Lin Moyu's soul made him pause. Xiao Peng, puzzled, asked, "Father, is something wrong?" Lin Moyu carefully sensed his soul. The warning was present, but not intense. In other words, there was danger inside, but not fatal. What a pity! Lin Moyu sighed. If the danger had been deadly, he could have tried to exploit it, but as it wasn't of much interest. Little Tree and Chaos Spirit had said there shouldn't be much danger in that mysterious place, so the threat didn't originate from the location itself, but from something else, most likely a clone of the North Pole Supreme or one of the Quasi-Supremes, just like when he had first arrived in the North Pole. Lin Moyu shook his head. It's fine, there might be someone waiting inside. He put Xiao Peng into his soul world and reached out to touch the vortex. He was instantly sucked into the tiny whirlpool, passing through a unique space-time channel, emerging from the other end. Before his vision recovered, he felt a powerful force crash into him. His body was sent flying, but he didn't panic. The force was strong enough to seriously injure a perfection expert, but for him, it was only a flesh wound. His physical strength was such that even top perfection experts would struggle to kill him without powerful treasures. As he was knocked away, his vision returned, and he saw several cold beams explode before his eyes. Lin Moyu couldn't be bothered to dodge, letting the attacks hit him. He was jostled, but didn't even feel pain. Instead, he used the opportunity to observe the area and his attacker. It was an ice man, seemingly made of ice, human-shaped but not part of the human race. Lin Moyu didn't know whose clone it was, North Pole Supreme or Quasi-Supreme, but it didn't matter. The Iceman exuded top perfection level pressure, but his soul wasn't as powerful. Dealing with him wouldn't be difficult. With enough time, the world-annihilating fire could burn him to death. The only complication, if he died, his master would probably know. If a Quasi-Supreme or Supreme showed up, that would be a problem. Little Tree said, "This place is cut off from the outside. No matter what happens here, nobody will know." Chaos Spirit added, "Only he could know what happens here." Lin Moyu understood they were saying that no Supreme or Quasi-Supreme could perceive events here. Even if their avatars died here, they wouldn't find out. So he resolved to kill them. As his body stabilized, more attacks came flying. A massive fist appeared, crashing into Lin Moyu again before he saw it, sending him flying like a meteor. There was more than one enemy here. Still calm, Lin Moyu turned and saw a phantom. The shadow had no fixed form, shifting constantly, then transformed into wind and disappeared. Seems my suspicion was correct. The North Pole's top entities all keep an eye on this place. They each left clones here, serving as mutual checks, and to ward off outsiders. Even an expert like Wine Lord would be suppressed here. If a Supreme or Quasi-Supreme physically came, outsiders would be blocked. There's one Supreme and two Quasi-Supremes in the North Pole. There must be a third one here. At that moment, the space beside him twisted, and the wind-turned phantom appeared again, punching hard. This time Lin Moyu retaliated, throwing his own punch. As the fists met, the opponent's punch vaporized, traversed past Lin Moyu's fist, then reformed and struck him again, whereas Lin Moyu's fist hit nothing. His enemy's body had vaporized at the same time. Lin Moyu was thrown aside again, his expression frosty interesting. His opponent's body was only superficially vaporized. The root lay in his mastery of transitions between reality and illusion. Clearly, his grasp of the Dao of manifest illusion was advanced. Lin Moyu noted, he's probably a Quasi-Supreme, made his mark with the manifest illusion Dao. If he showed up in person, he'd be tough. But as a mere avatar. At that moment, another cold beam appeared and Lin Moyu scattered it with a punch, again sent flying without control. This space was vast. He couldn't recall how far he'd been blasted, yet still hadn't reached the boundary. More vapor rose. His opponent switched back to physical form, preparing another attack. With a thought, Lin Moyu unleashed the world-annihilating fire, turning the area into a blazing sea. The just condensed enemy gave a muffled grunt, vaporizing once again. It mattered little. World-annihilating fire burned all, solid or vapor. In the fire sea, Lin Moyu stabilized his position with a cold snort. Now it's my turn. He pointed at the Iceman, producing a corpse of a perfection expert, which instantly dissolved into ash. Corpse explosion. Boom. The Iceman was pulverized, body shattered, and soul extinguished. Instant kill. No surprise to Lin Moyu. His foe was a clone formidable, but a shadow of a true top perfection expert's soul. Against corpse explosion, his body may endure, but his soul couldn't. His attack power was at the top perfection level, but his defense fell short. After a single strike, the avatar perished. Lin Moyu smiled, and drew out another perfection corpse. After the previous battles, He had a dozen on hand, truly wealthy. Though his enemy was now in vapor form, Lin Moyu didn't care, his soul had locked on. Corpse explosion worked regardless of form. He pointed, corpse explosion. Boom. Another loud blast as his foe vaporized fully and dispersed. If he wanted to be vapor, let him be vapor never to return. In just 2 moves, Lin Moyu wiped out 2 avatars. He studied the space quite large. Where's the last guy? Eyes sharp, his necromancer's sight zeroed on another entity. This one was farther away, soul flame burning much brighter, a cut above the previous 2. Lin Moyu guessed, this must be the North Pole Supreme's avatar, the earlier 2 were likely from the Quasi-Supremes. Supremes and Quasi-Supremes bear similar titles, but their paths differ. Who's stronger is debatable, but Supremes are more flawless, lacking any obvious weaknesses. Except for unusually powerful Quasi-Supremes, most lack the soul perfection of a true Supreme. Quasi-Supremes are also known as flawed Supremes. Flying over, Lin Moyu saw his opponent, a figure in blue robes, his face indistinct, the blue robe distinctly familiar.